This story began with an incredibly beautiful landscape of a place that was very well protected and where no uninvited guest could penetrate. The weather there now was not quite typical, and all those people who were inside these walls did not know about it yet. The very first actions began in the Alliance Leaders Hall, where several people were just talking among themselves. Behind the main throne sat the Alliance leader named Tien Ha Jin, looking at the document he needed to study. Right next to him was an advisor named Sar Yan, and for some unknown reason he was puzzled. He thought the weather outside was strange and told the Alliance leader that it had suddenly started snowing. And indeed, if you looked outside at that moment, you could see that a small amount of snow was actually falling from the sky to the earth. This advisor turned to the head guard and noted that most likely his child would like this kind of weather, and he was probably already jumping for joy. During their dialogue, the head of the Alliance suddenly asked the man who was responsible for security whether his child was already 3 years old. After these two people heard this phrase, they were silent for a while. But after a few seconds, a court warrior named Baek Pyo said that his child was already 6 years old. This information was a little surprising to the leader, since the information he had in his head was different from this. Then he asked the court warrior if it had really been that long, and in the blink of an eye, the child had already grown up. Not knowing what to answer to this, the warrior remained silent, and the advisor, turning to the chief, said that he had asked this question several days ago. This had been happening to the Alliance leader more and more often lately, and it was making him panic. But in any case, he decided that his subordinate's child should get some new clothes, because Baek Pyo is his court warrior, with whom they fought shoulder to shoulder for decades. But in the head of the head, there was still a very important question that interested him greatly. Son or daughter? Now he couldn't even remember the gender of the baby, and no matter how hard he tried to tell me, this information just couldn't pop into his head. During all these thoughts, the head of the Alliance remained silent, and then the advisor asked him if everything was okay with him. He admitted that it seemed to him that the years were already taking their toll, and this would soon bring a lot of problems. The advisor, trying to calm him down, said that he shouldn't worry, since he was still healthy as an ox. It's been so long, about 60, since the Alliance leader took the position of the strongest. Rising from his throne, the head of the Alliance began to move around the room and addressed advisor Gal. He had only one question that interested him now, and he decided to ask his subordinate what kind of person he was. The advisor did not understand what he meant and asked what the head of the Alliance meant when he said such a thing. He told him that he meant exactly what he said, and now he wants to hear his opinion about what kind of person he is. After thinking for a moment, the advisor replied that he knew for sure that the head of the Alliance was the best person, Jang Hu. This phrase itself was strange to Tien He, and he even repeated the phrase about him being the best person in his head several times. War God He Jin. This is the name he received after he forced the Sword Emperor, Blade Emperor, and Fist King to kneel before him. He was 29 years old then. At the time of the Murim Alliance formation, he was 30 years old, and that's when he became its leader. And then he had to spend a huge amount of time on battles. He fought against the unorthodox sects, to destroy the dark path of the 13th Syndicate of Unorthodox Sects, and to destroy the successor of the demonic cult. Everyone basically called him the Bloody Deity. In the end, Tien He managed to complete the main task of the Murim Alliance, and then he realized that he had already achieved a lot. It was thanks to this that he was able to maintain peace in Jianghu, but no matter how hard he tried, there were still enemies within. These enemies were hungry for absolute power, and they tried more than once to poison him or send assassins after his soul. But despite all these challenges, the head of the Alliance destroyed all those who dreamed of the rebellion. It was at that moment that the people of Jianghu called him the unshakable leader of the Alliance. He had another nickname as well, as many people called him the leader of the Justice Alliance for his ruthless elimination of traitors. But returning from all those memories, he heard his advisor say that the head of the Alliance is Lord Jianghu, a symbol of justice and martial arts. Not stopping there, he also said that Tien's very existence is Jianghu. After this, there was a short pause, after which the subordinate said that he had been acting a little differently lately, and perhaps he was not feeling well, who answered him that everything was fine with him, and that his subordinate was generally free and could go and rest. Besides that, he also turned to Baek Pyo and said that it seemed like he hadn't been home for several days, so there was no need to accompany Tien today, and he could go home. This order was a little strange, but of course Baek understood that it was clearly not worth contradicting this order. Therefore, he bowed together with his subordinate and said that Jin he should have a very good rest before the new day. As they left, the Alliance leader realized that he was now left alone with his thoughts, And in these circumstances, he thought about the words he had just heard from his advisor. If a person born here had achieved this, then there would be nothing to argue about, that Tien is a real leader. However, we should not forget that he lived an incredibly complex and confusing life. And the most interesting and intense moments of this very life happened in the past. Everything was different then, and it seemed to Tien, he himself, that life then was completely different from what it was now. For now, his health often let him down, and he no longer felt his former strength. Suddenly, right during these very thoughts, he began to feel some strange pain throughout his body. The pain was so sharp that it seemed that absolutely all internal organs were suffering right now. The alliance leader clutched his heart and looked down, wondering why he suddenly felt so bad. He only had enough strength to simply hold his hand to his chest and try to stay on his feet. But after a few seconds, his lifeless body fell to the floor, and after that, he never got up. Suddenly, at some point, the feeling of life leaving the body disappeared somewhere. Literally, a second later, Tien had already come to his senses and slowly began to open his eyes in order to understand where he found himself. He clearly smelled medicinal herbs all around him, and accordingly, he immediately assumed that he was now in a medical office, and perhaps he had simply lost consciousness. Advisor Gao will probably grumble that the alliance leader hasn't been taking care of his health after this incident. Then the man tried to get up, and at the same time, he thought that he had just very suddenly fallen into a severe faint. And when his body had almost completely risen from the bed, he felt a very strange feeling, as if he had lost something. Indeed, his dantian was completely empty, and he could not feel anything inside his body. After this feeling completely filled his mind, he thought that perhaps his body was being affected by a qi-dispersing poison. But a second later, this theory turned out to be impossible for him, since such a person would never be able to influence him. Suddenly, something even stranger happened, as two people appeared in front of the alliance leader, a man and a woman. And from the very beginning, you could tell from her face that she was very scared. This became especially obvious at the moment when she approached the alliance leader and asked if he was okay. Looking at her, Tien he asked the woman who she was and what exactly she wanted to hear. And when he said this, he noticed that the voice he had just heard was very different from his own. Smiling, the woman asked the alliance leader if he had really just asked her who she was. It quickly became clear that this smile was forced, and in fact it was far from funny right now. The alliance leader did not quite understand what was happening now, and why the question he asked this unfamiliar woman surprised her so much. After a short pause, the woman hit the alliance leader in the face with her palm, and the man who was standing further away tried to stop her. She then told Tien He that even if he begged them for forgiveness, it wouldn't be enough given what he just said. Her voice became more angry, and she told the alliance leader that she would now tell him everything, namely that they were people who had been worried about him all night without closing their eyes for a second. But still, despite all these explanations, He Jin still couldn't understand what kind of woman this was. After that, she became really crazy and started screaming that she was his mother, and that what he was saying now shouldn't be said to his own mother. At this moment, the father had already grabbed his wife and asked her to calm down, since in his opinion, their son had not yet had time to come to his senses after losing consciousness. This whole situation was like a dream, and the alliance leader did not believe that this was actually happening. Mom kept yelling at him and saying that it would be better if he just died since he was so ungrateful. Thinking about what could be happening now, nothing came to He's mind other than the fact that this was a very ordinary dream. But if this is a dream, then why, when the alliance leader looked at his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't recognize himself? The man he saw there was completely unfamiliar to him and looked too young. Still, he continued to believe that he was in a dream, and for some reason a smile appeared on his face. All that he didn't understand now was why this friend had such a detailed dream, since he even started to get a headache. A few seconds later, the alliance leader fell to the ground. The woman and man who were standing in the room were very surprised when this happened. They started shouting and trying to make him wake up, but he didn't react to all these loud sounds. Thus, a very long time passed, and it was getting on towards evening. And when Tien He woke up, he was already feeling much better, and he had time to think everything over. Right now, nothing was working out in his head, since the multiple amounts of information he had received recently did not add up. It seemed to him that when he woke up the second time, he would already be the leader of the alliance. But it seemed that this was not a dream. No matter how deeply he fell into a dream, he couldn't believe that he couldn't distinguish it from reality. And there were no signs that there were any problems with his qi, and it was not clear how this could happen and what it was at all. In his 70 years of life, he has experienced everything, but now such a phenomenon as reincarnation was in his life for the first time. But what was most strange and interesting was that he had memories from the life in which he was Tien Ha Jin. While thinking about this, someone suddenly entered the room, and Tien quickly realized that it was an elderly man who brought him tea. When he came inside, the man said that the guy should probably be ashamed of himself for disappointing everyone yesterday. He replied that he didn't remember anything. This was the real truth because the guy really didn't remember what happened, and he realized that he didn't know anything about this young man. So he didn't think that he would be lying if he told this man such information. When the grandfather sat down in his place, he smiled and said that the fact that the young guy says that he doesn't remember anything only confirms once again how irresponsible he is. These words were very painful for Tien Ha, as he was not so obvious in his previous life. When he was the head of the alliance, he clearly knew all his good and bad sides, and from time to time, he asked his subordinates if he had changed. And when he encountered danger, he never blamed circumstances for it and never hoped for a lenient attitude from his subordinates. And he always approached his duties with full responsibility and carried out all the tasks assigned to him. But now, in this new life after reincarnation, he suddenly became irresponsible, and he can't influence it in any way yet. After Grandpa brought him tea, he didn't say anything and started to leave. And at the end, before closing the door, turning to the guy, he said that he was a disgrace to this family. Hearing this was a real surprise for Tien Ha, and he initially did not believe what he had just heard with his own ears. But it seems that it was true, because when Grandfather said this, he turned his head and slammed the doors loudly. Now he needed to understand what this guy had managed to do to hear something like this right after waking up. All this seemed incredibly tiring to the alliance leader, and he thought that perhaps he should sleep a little more. Suddenly he heard some sound and realized that someone else was about to enter the room. A second later, the face of some guy appeared there who was also quite young. When he was inside, he asked Tien why he didn't listen to what they told him, since everyone had warned him that if he continued to fight against the woman, he would never win. After these words, he also added that addiction to alcohol would definitely not help in this matter. But Tien simply had to ask this person who he was. Of course, such words caused indignation, which was very easy to see on the face of this guy. He went on to say that he had heard about it and added that his parents had said that he had acted as if he had lost his memory. But he didn't believe all this, and he thought that he was just pulling it off and now managing to be cunning. But changing the subject a little, he said that we were not to blame for anything. He just needed to assess the situation a little better that day and act based on that. Continuing, he also said that in any case, he felt that this was a great opportunity to take up the study of martial arts seriously, because he was sure that he was probably incredibly ashamed right now after a woman kicked his ass. Tien asked the guy again who he was, and he reluctantly replied that his name was Guan Tu, and asked him to no longer pretend that he had lost his memory. Guan Tu was translated as bald head, but the youth immediately responded and said that it meant bright head, and they call him bald when they want to ridicule him. After this question, of course, Tien had to say that he really didn't remember anything, and what Guan had heard before was the truth. He told me that he is not an enemy and that I don't need to pretend in front of him, but then he pulled me back and explained once again that it was all true. It was very hard to believe, but after several attempts, it seemed that Guan Tao doubted his first words. He asked his interlocutor if he remembered how much money Tou had lent Tien. After thinking for a moment, the alliance leader replied that he did not know. There was a short pause, after which Guan replied that it was now equal to 2 taels. Without thinking for a second, Tien began to look for something in his pockets, trying to find at least some money there. Then he somehow managed to find 2 coins and immediately handed them over to his interlocutor. He shouted that he couldn't believe it, because after this gesture he realized that Tien really didn't remember anything. It became clear that he understood this because the person into whom Tien reincarnated was not the one who would return the borrowed money. In order to get even more details, Tien decided to ask Guan what kind of life he had led, that everyone had such a bad opinion of him. Immediately, Tu's face changed slightly, and he asked Tien where he should start. It seemed like he had done quite a few bad things during this time. In order to explain why Tien was injured, he replied that he went to meet Lady Sun, but was rejected and began to get angry and rude to everyone, and so she beat him. He became incredibly angry, and because of this, he drank until he passed out and fell into the pond after all this happened. Tien was no longer very surprised by all these words, and now he only decided to ask Guan, "Who is this Lady Song?" What surprised that young man was that despite losing his memory, Tien forgot even that. A few seconds later, he said that many people knew that girl, and it was strange that Tien managed to forget even about this information. Her name was Songhua Lin, the heiress of the Song family, the most beautiful girl in Shandong. Right away, Guan continued and said that she is not only smart but also strong. Although the girl is not perfect, she still has one huge flaw. Of course, Tien was curious about what this flaw was, and he almost fainted after Guan said that she was Tien's fiancée. Smiling, he asked why Tiu thought that this was her main flaw. Looking down into his eyes, he replied that she was simply very unlucky with her husband, and he was sorry that she had only one flaw because of a marriage of convenience. Then Guan had nothing more to say, and because of this a pause was created, and Tien realized that now he needed to ask something. Therefore he decided to ask his interlocutor, directly without any pitfalls, whether he often beat him. The answer was negative. He asked this because while he was listening to Guan, he felt a strange itch in his hand and a feeling that he really wanted to hit him harder. The relationship between them was actually much stronger than in a marriage of convenience. Looking at her hand, Tien now only remembered the words of that old man who said that he was the shame of this family. He wanted to know even more information, so he asked Guan what happened before. He continued and said that he had lost a lot of money due to gambling and the courtesans with whom he managed to fall in love. He drank, fought, ran away from home, shouting that he didn't want to do martial arts, made a fuss, said that he would make a name for himself in Jianghu. Here Tien stopped his interlocutor and thought that if he were in the place of this guy's mother, he would have hit him more than once. There was another pause, after which he dared to ask Guang Tao what kind of person he was. He asked him if he wanted to hear an honest answer, or if he would rather lie. Of course, Tien told him that he expected only the truth, and this was his chance. These words were difficult to pronounce, even for someone like the one Tien had reincarnated into, so Guan lowered his eyes downwards. And then he said that he thinks that he is just pure trash. It was painful to hear, but still for Tien it was necessary in order to understand what to do next, and what kind of reputation he had. At that moment he remembered the words of an advisor named Gal Sar, who said that the alliance leader was the very incarnation of Jiang Hu. But the positive aspect of the situation was that Tien now had answers to many of the questions he had, which meant that he could start moving forward. It seemed to him as if he had actually died, and then returned to a life that was very different from the one he had before. The young man whose body he entered is called Li Dan, the young head of the Shandong swordsman clan. This man was weak not only in interpersonal relationships but also in his martial arts abilities. Although he was a 20-year-old descendant of a swordsman clan, he had only been forming his chi center for 5 years at the moment. And in the end, the only thing he has at the moment is his servant, who has served him since childhood, an annoying monkey named Guan Tu. After analyzing all this information, Dan asked his servant if he had heard any rumors. Not understanding what he was talking about, Dan decided to give more context and asked if perhaps a treasure map of the former master or a two-headed creature had appeared. He also wanted to say something else, and the servant initially did not understand what he meant and what he was going to tell about now. Literally a second later, Dan asked his comrade if there were any rumors that the alliance leader had died. He replied that this was not so, and at the same time asked his young master why the completely healthy alliance leader should suddenly die, which was strange because it had already been several days since Tien had been reborn. There should already be rumors everywhere that the leader had died. But suddenly a thought appeared in his mind that perhaps they were hiding his death because after everyone found out about it, Jiang would be in a precarious position. At one point, the servant asked the young master if he knew about the rumors that had appeared about Li Dan himself. Namely, these rumors said that he lost his memory after being beaten by Lady Song. It was because of her that he was wounded, and listening to this story was really awkward and very unpleasant. Dan noticed that Sun was apparently so gorgeous that he rushed towards her like a madman, knowing that he would be beaten. The servant noted that not much time had passed since her return and rumors of her beauty were already everywhere. After that, Tao thought it important to ask if Dan remembered how people lined up just to get a glimpse of her. Of course, he didn't remember that. In fact, Tien dated many women in his past life. Among them was even one of the 4 best beauties of the Central Plain, and a girl considered the most beautiful in the entire world. But nothing worked out with any of them. Tien too early became the head. To all these women, he was the strongest in the whole world, and no one wanted to see him as just such a simple man. The servant found it funny that Dan, despite the fact that the woman had beaten him, still wanted to see her. But for some reason, at one point Li Dan gave the order to his servant to forget about Lady Song, the best beauty in all of Shandong. The vector of their conversation changed its direction, and for reasons unknown to the servant, his young master began to talk about the sword. But he only answered him that he believed that there should be no reason for that there is no need to invent reasons for a martial arts master to choose a sword. The two of them were silent for a few seconds, after which the servant said that it seemed that the young master had indeed lost his memory. After this short dialogue, the servant went to the armory, and after a short time brought a sword which was in the warehouse. Taking it in his hands, Dan thought about the fact that this was the first time in a long time that he was holding a sword in his hands. From the moment he reached the heights, there was simply no need for the sword because there were no more enemies who wanted to fight him. But even though he was called the god of war, he was still unable to master the art of the mental sword. This is a state in which a person can use invisible weapons that were created with the help of his own mind. And at the moment, there's nothing in the world that it cannot cut. And since he was reborn, he wanted to go the way he did not go in his previous life. This was his main goal, and he realized that he had to do everything to achieve it. Guan at some point asked the young master if he understood correctly that he was trying to take revenge on Ling Song with this sword. He immediately said that he shouldn't do that, and Dan said by that moment that he didn't understand at all what he was talking about. At first he thought it was just a joke, but looking at his face it was clear that he was speaking completely seriously. Dan couldn't even imagine what the original owner of this body was like, and how he could behave if such an idea could appear in the head of his servant. Dan's mother suddenly appeared on the horizon, her face extremely serious, and she asked her son if what she had recently learned was true. Initially, the servant bowed and greeted the woman, calling her his lady. Mom asked her son if it was true that he wanted to hurt Hualin. He, of course, answered that it was not true, but for now, he needed to explain a little why he was holding a sword in his hands. At that moment, Dan wondered how long this man hadn't touched his weapon, for that he had to listen to this after just picking it up. For this reason, he explained to his mother that from now on he was going to take up martial arts seriously, but of course his mother didn't believe it. She concluded that her son had decided to lie until the bitter end, and replied that given the way he continued to lie, she could assume that he was planning to do something bad. But now the son just wanted to confess and say that he doesn't know what he will have to do with this weapon in the future. This formulation caused some surprise in the mother, since she had never heard such deep thoughts from her own son. Within a second, Dan said that he knew one thing for sure, namely that he would never use the sword to hurt his bride. Moreover, he promised that he would not use weapons against those who are weaker than him. After these words, the mother began to think that perhaps her son had been replaced and that he was in fact a different person. Obsessed with fighting and caring about the Muriam plan, Tien Tak was unable to create his own family. He had no idea why he was reincarnated in Li Dan's body. But while he is in this body, he decided that he will live as Li Dan. After a few seconds of such thoughts, he asked his mother not to worry about his future, as now he would ensure for himself a cloudless and bright existence. A couple of days have passed since this dialogue with my mother and my servant took place. Dan found the perfect place and moment to be alone and practice a little with my inner energy. This was easy for him because he remembered from his past life how to do things and how to direct the energy within himself. In just a few minutes, he was able to sense that small amount of qi. It was necessary to direct it correctly inside one's body in order to cleanse it and for the mission to be considered accomplished. And everything that was left, after cleaning, came out and scattered into the sky. Despite the knowledge from her past life, it was not easy for Dan to complete this process because the energy was not pure. He managed to clear the energy received during those 5 years of low-quality internal arts. As long as one is conscious, using the heavenly martial circulation of consciousness is the best mental art through which one can control the qi breath. From now on, with its help, he will increase his inner strength and resilience every day. Literally, the next day, someone ran into Dan's room without asking and said that they had a problem. It turned out to be Guan. It was at this very moment that Dan realized that the moment had come and he would act as he should act, looking at the plan in his head. Looking at his servants, he asked if he was right in saying that the alliance leader had died. He was very surprised when he heard this and once again asked his young master why he suddenly decided that the leader should die. The problem was that the Song clan leader was here, and it seemed like he had come on a business visit. The servants had to explain that Lady Song's father, who was also the commander-in-chief, Song Zong, had come here. By that time, Dan still didn't understand why the servant was making so much noise, since everything could be heard anyway. But he explained to him that the main problem was that this meant that Lady Sun would come with him. Literally a few minutes passed, and a small group of people greeted their guests. Guan said that he hoped that Dan himself understood that now was not the best time to create additional problems for them. His voice trembled, and he asked him to think about the whole situation and apologize to everyone with respect. As they were moving, suddenly Dan stopped, as he was immobilized by what he saw in front of him. His father thought it was good that his son had finally come, but he didn't understand why his gaze was now not focused on the commander-in-chief. Dan was now thinking about something else, and it seemed that he didn't even hear all the voices and didn't see all the people around him. It was all because at that moment, for the first time in his life, he saw the successor of the Song clan named Song Hua Lin. He immediately began to think that this girl was much prettier than he thought, and now it became clear to him why the owner of this little body went crazy in front of her. And when he finally got the girl's attention, she looked at him. Well, her gaze was absolutely indifferent, and she immediately removed her gaze and stopped looking at Dan. He, in turn, understood that something needed to be said, and told the clan commander-in-chief that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. He bowed and asked if everything was okay, and Song Yujing of course replied that he was fine. When he finished bowing, he said that he was actually very sorry about the incident that happened recently. For some reason unknown to everyone, the father looked at his daughter and waited for some kind of reaction from her. And when this reaction did not follow, he said her name and asked her to answer at least something. But he was interrupted by Father Dan, who said that his son was the only one who should apologize, and Yune should not make his daughter answer anything. But after some time, she said that since they were finally gathered here together, she would like to discuss something. The father didn't feel entirely comfortable talking about it now, but he still asked his daughter what she meant. The girl said that she wanted to ask both parties to cancel their wedding contract. This formulation surprised absolutely everyone, as it was incredibly unexpected. Initially, someone might even have thought that this was just a regular joke, but everything changed when they looked into the eyes of this girl. They were full of seriousness, just like Dan's eyes, they were full of surprise. The father decided to ask his child why she was suddenly talking about this, without first consulting her own father. She replied that it was a marriage of convenience, and she understood perfectly well how rude it sounded on her part, but she believed that she had the right to choose her own husband. This formulation surprised everyone even more, and no one knew what to answer to something like this at first. The situation was not the calmest, since it was not clear how it would all end. Everyone who was now in this courtyard looked at the lady and tried to understand her intentions and words. At some point, she also added that she was very ashamed in front of them all, but she would like to clarify this situation a little. She started by knowing that almost all the people here treat her like their own daughter, but she doesn't want to marry young Master Dan Li at all. At that moment, Li's mother and father were surprised and didn't even know what to say to her, and simply looked at the girl with surprised eyes. Song Yu asked his daughter while screaming if she could even hear herself. For this is not the way to speak to someone who cares about you and break off an engagement. What angered him most was that she didn't even discuss anything with him and decided everything herself, looking down on him. The girls had nothing to say in response to all this, but everyone present understood that her intentions were absolutely serious. Father Dan, meanwhile, tried to calm you down and said that the girl must have some reasons for this, but he did not agree that this had any effect. At some point, everyone was surprised for the second time after hearing Dan's words that he, just like Lady Sun, wanted to cancel the engagement. It was not clear what kind of dialogue this was and why it had reached this point. Even the servant was surprised by this, although usually young masters share information that they want to convey in advance. To say that the amount at that moment was also surprised is to say nothing, since she clearly did not expect such a reaction. Her father told the young master that he wanted to apologize and advised him not to take these words to heart. Meanwhile, Dan thought that if anyone should apologize here, it was him, since the original owner of this body, although a donkey, was surrounded by wonderful people. So the guy explained that he was not saying this because the girl's words hurt him. Yu was curious about the reason for his decision and why he supported Lady Song. He replied that he too would very much like to marry the woman he loves. This phrase was completely different from the Dan that the lady knew, and for some reason, these words even hurt her a little. The boy's parents were not impressed by this dialogue, and the father began to think about what to answer to all this. So smiling, he said that if both people completely agree with this, then so be it. Yu asked this man what was wrong with him, and said that they could not cancel this contract. Father Dan had to answer that, as Hua Lin said, they cannot choose the future for her, or for their children in general. After these words were spoken, Yu began to walk away, and said that he thought that was enough for today. The girl didn't know what to think at that moment, and didn't expect that this conversation would be so difficult. At the last moment before leaving, she looked towards Dan and thought, should she ask him that very question? And plucking up her courage, she asked the guy why he suddenly changed his mind so abruptly and did not insist. He smiled and answered the girl that her hand was too heavy, and it was clear that this was ordinary sarcasm. Of course, Lady Song didn't respond to this, and turned around and followed her father. But before that, she bowed, said goodbye to everyone who was there, and prepared to leave. The scene was really amazing, and no one knew it would end like this. What was even stranger was that as Lady Song was leaving, Dan watched her leave with a smile. Mom asked her son what he was going to do now after all he had done. He replied that he was sorry to talk about it, but in general he was not planning to look for a bride for now, and before that he would like to do something. Mom asked why, since he doesn't want to get married. He went and made this whole circus last time. He felt sorry, but overall he also understood that he had nothing to say about it since he only ended up in this body after the incident. The mother decided to ask her son directly what he wanted to do since he didn't want to get married. Thinking, he replied that as he had said earlier, he wanted to delve deeper into the study of martial arts. Of course, father and mother could not believe it, and especially mother could not understand whether he was really speaking seriously now. Dan replied that this was the purest truth, and this action was indeed in his immediate plans. Every day, mom and especially dad were more and more surprised at how much their son had changed in such a short time. At some point, my father began to take my mother aside and said that they hadn't sat with her for such a long time over a cup of alcohol. He explained his wish by saying that their son had finally said it, and so they just needed to go and celebrate. Mom didn't agree with this at first, but because Dad kept persuading her, they went out to drink. Every time Dan felt their gaze on him, his heart began to beat. It was hard for him to even think about the fact that these people were so worried and believed in this brat. Part of him even worried that having a family would make him vulnerable, and he was afraid that once the heart knew love, the mind would immediately weaken, because he may no longer be able to act as harshly as he did in his previous life. But perhaps it was for the best, since this life needs to be lived differently, because then why have another chance of reincarnation? A short amount of time passed and Dan stood right in front of the gate that led inside, and he suddenly felt ill. When all his lunch and breakfast came out, he realized that things were already really bad. It was unpleasant to even think that if he hadn't used the power of the inner art, his stamina would have been so low that it would have hit rock bottom. To increase it, he needed to run 12 li, otherwise everything was really bad, but if he continued to work hard, it should get better. For all this, he opened the gate and began to enter, but suddenly saw a guest whom he had already forgotten about. Of course it was Lady Song, who was also slightly surprised by this meeting. Then she turned her head and asked Dan not to delude himself, as she had not come here of her own free will. Namely, to be more precise, the father sent her to apologize. The guy meanwhile said that he was not at all deluded. At first, the girl was silent for a while as she needed to collect all the thoughts that were currently in her head into one heap. When she had collected all these thoughts, she asked Dan if he remembered what he said when he got drunk that day. Namely, he asked the girl how long she thought her beauty would last. He also said that he would not be so proud because with age, her face would be completely covered with wrinkles. Dan couldn't believe that he was now living in the body of a person who could even say such a thing. Therefore, he decided that the most correct decision would be to ask this girl for forgiveness for what happened then. But suddenly she said that that night he was actually right. And she thought about these words for a long time. Even though everyone is praising her appearance now, the time will come when there will be nothing left of her, and no one will even look at her anymore. But she wanted to make a name for herself with her work, not her looks, and so she's not going to date any men for a while. Such words could surprise even a person like Dan, since at first he did not understand why the girl treated herself like that. She then went on to say that the reason she suggested calling off the engagement was because she simply didn't like Dan. She then asked her interlocutor if he had really agreed to call off the marriage because her proposal had hurt his pride. Smiling, he initially did not know what to answer, since such a formulation of the question seemed a little strange to him. But then he took a deep breath and it helped him calm down a little and not respond impulsively. That's why he said that the girl can think however she wants and decide for herself. The guy realized that these are the emotions people experience when they are 20. Meetings and partings because of pride, laughter, and tears. That was why the previous owner of the body made so much noise. But now Dan only said that the girl should not worry, since it was his final decision regarding their engagement. Soon he was surprised and didn't even notice how the guy began to come closer and closer to her side. When he passed by her, he said that from that moment on he would stop being a hindrance in her life. Lady Sun was stunned by these words and didn't even know what to think after she heard all this. At the very last moment, she turned around to look after the guy, as she understood that most likely this was their last such meeting. She may have wanted to say something to this guy, but she didn't find the strength to voice it. Dan, in turn, did nothing, but simply continued to walk further and gradually became immersed in his thoughts. In his past life, in his 20s, he had seen a lot of blood. He walked the plains, killing villains with a sword for training. His youth was not radiant. While thinking about his past life, he suddenly heard a sharp sound behind him, and it made him turn around. He realized that the girl had opened the gate and gone inside, and because of this, he watched her for a while. It was time to start training, and Dan knew that he needed to lose as little time as possible in order to learn a lot. All he had was just a sword and some knowledge that he received in a past life. When he was finally ready, he got into a fighting stance and began his training. The art of the Asura sword pursues the soul, and so it is called. Tien often used this art during the time when he still needed the sword to prove his superiority. With this art, he tore into pieces the hearts of 13 leaders of the Dark Path Syndicate. During training, at some point he closed his eyes, and it was at that moment that scene of a difficult battle appeared before him. The opponent was incredibly strong, and at that moment, all the guy had was self-confidence and basic skills along with this art. In fact, he had never been afraid of his opponent in his entire life, and that battle was no exception because he wielded the sword very confidently. His strikes were incredibly fast, and at the end of the fight, he cut off the head of the leader of the Bloody Heavenly Cult. Thanks to the victory in this battle, he received the title of the strongest in the world, and this was the beginning of his famous path. After such a resounding victory, he began to study more and more secret and not-so-secret arts. He achieved maximum concentration over his body, and thanks to this, he could enter into any battles and end them with victory. And now I remember all this. He focused a very large amount of energy in his body and tried to release it. It was at that moment when a huge beam of energy began to fly apart in different directions, and it became clear that Dan would actually be a strong warrior. At that moment, he was training in the forest, where it was now quite quiet, and one could only hear the swings of the sword through the air. Well, literally in a few seconds, you could see a very bright glow and energy that spread in all directions. It was very easy even from a great distance, for it was really very noticeable. The energy that was used for this strike completely left Dan's body and swirled around him. Using martial arts is much easier than Dan could have imagined. Perhaps the owner of his body had an innate talent for martial arts before. Now it was completely incomprehensible to him how Li Dan could lead such a stupid lifestyle with such a body. The action shifted, and now everything took place in a remote small house that was located on an island, which in turn was on a lake. Right next to Lady Song, there was a subordinate who said that she heard that young Master Billy Dan was training martial arts today. She also added that he had never done anything like this before, and so everyone in the Bai clan was incredibly shocked. But she also wanted to add that she thought the guy was doing it to look good in Lady Sun's eyes. The lady immediately replied that it was not the case. Since he didn't look like he was trying to show off in front of her the last time they met, it looks like this is all for real. Sun remembered very well that at that moment the guy looked and sounded really convincing. Let's listen to all this. The servant said that today there will be a meeting of promising young people. Lady Sun guessed that she should probably be there as well, and the servant said that the young master of the Yang clan had sent notices about this matter several times. The servants began to tell more and more details, but at some point Lady Song stopped them. It looked a little strange from the outside, and the girl who was serving could not understand why she was interrupted. The lady replied that she would be there, so she didn't want to know any more details. The subordinate remained silent and did not understand why these words suddenly caused such a reaction in Hualin. But the most correct decision was to bow, ask for forgiveness, and say that she should prepare for their departure. After that, she began to walk away across the bridge, and Lady Sun was left alone on this lonely island in the middle of the lake. Then everything happened in the city where Dan was currently moving. He walked the streets in order to hear something about the death of the Alliance leader. But he could not hear a single rumor about it, and this prompted him to ask one single question. Namely, he was interested in why they weren't announcing anything, and why they were waiting so long. Because if he had the opportunity, he would want to rush to the Murim Alliance right now and ask Galsaryan about it. Suddenly, while he was thinking about it, someone walked into the empty floor of Dan's tavern, which of course caught his attention. He paid even more attention to the guests when he noticed Lady Sun among them all. The people who were with her then were also not familiar to him, and he did not understand what clan they were from. But for some reason, they began to come closer and closer to Dan and talked among themselves about how they couldn't understand why Billy was here. One of them came closer than the others and said that he heard that Dan had recently risen from the dead, and he was interested in how he was doing. He immediately sat down with his ass on the guy's table, and the guy thought that this was another bastard with whom the boy had problems. This stranger, meanwhile, said that there are rumors that he has been training martial arts in recent days, and the stranger has an assumption that he does this to kick his ass. In response, the guy just smiled, since he already had a prepared answer to all this. Smiling, he asked the stranger to show him a man who was training to beat someone up. His gaze became more focused, and he added that all this time he thought that everyone was training to kill. The stranger was scared, not because of these words, but because while his interlocutor was saying them, his eyes remained incredibly focused. Moreover, after such a terrible description, he simply continued to drink his tea. And this added to the stranger's uncertainty. He didn't understand why the hell someone named Billy Don could make him feel like this, and he decided that this situation needed to be corrected. So bending down a little, he called the guy a goat who was mired in debt, and who recently cried like a baby after a girl beat him. At this point, Dan didn't know that he was in debt, and now he realized that he must have borrowed money from this idiot, and he realized that he should ask Guan about it. Lady Sun, meanwhile, shouted across the room that she had never said such words, and silence began to reign in that very room. The stranger added to the girl that she should not make excuses, and asked the lady if this bastard was bothering them all. She replied that he didn't bother her at all, and because of this, everyone else was surprised, since her attitude towards Dan had been different before. Hearing these words, Dan took his headdress and began to get ready to leave while the stranger asked where he was going. Of course, the guy didn't answer anything, and even ignored the stranger's cry that from now on, Dan shouldn't even try to look people in the eyes. But the guy understood well that now there was no point in wasting his energy on stupid children, and he thought again about what was the point of him being reborn in the body of this young man. But at least he could not waste time on empty chatter and was more of a fan of moving into action. In order to leave this building, he had to pass by Lady Sun, and they did not even exchange words. As he walked down the stairs to the street, the stranger noticed that the atmosphere around the guy was now a little different. The girl, in turn, analyzed every step of this guy, and still could not understand why he suddenly changed so much. Meanwhile, the action moved to the territory of the B clan, where the sounds of a broom could now be heard. It was Guan who was now busy cleaning everything here. After an evening walk, Billy Don returned home and was surprised to find his servants still working. So, coming closer to him, he asked why he decided to leave at such a late hour, and he replied that they had received a notification that Leader Yang would soon visit them. Because Dan didn't know who it was, he once again turned to the servants for help and asked who it was. He was surprised that the young master didn't even remember who he was. Even though Dan asked the same questions every time, it still surprises the servants. In addition, it became clear that Guan most likely does not trust Dan. The servant explained that he was now talking about the leader of the largest clan in Shandong, Yang Ji. But once upon a time, the Bai clan was in first place, but the servant said that the I clans are in first place, then the Song family, and then they. Before this, Guan said that their clan was in first place, but when she was at home, it was clear why they had sunk so low. This question had already begun to irritate Guana, and he asked Mr. Moldova if he was really asking because he didn't know. It is obvious that the reason was precisely in Dan, because a huge amount of money was spent on solving the problems that he was causing. As the financial situation worsened, they had to reduce the number of fighters in their clan. Hearing this, Dan realized that this was the best chance to ask him if he had ever been in debt. The servant replied that he had a huge amount of debt, most of which he had borrowed from the Yang clan. Now it became clear to Lee why the stranger behaved this way and allowed himself to call Dan that. The servants began to tell about how they initially had 3 large detachments of swordsmen, which over time became smaller and smaller, and now they have been united into one. The number of servants in the house has been cut in half, and everyone knows that finances have been tight lately. Guan was very tired, so now his whole look showed that he didn't like that he had to talk about all this. At the very end of his story, he exhaled all the air from his lungs in order to rest at least a little. Dan, meanwhile, suggested that most likely his salary was cut after all these events. He replied that this had not happened yet, since the head of the house always cares first about their salary. Billy Dan, or rather the hero, was slowly destroying the future of the whole family. The guy just said that he understood everything and remembered that he had started this mess, but he still didn't understand why he was making such a fuss over some dinner. The servant replied that a man from whom they had borrowed a lot of money would come, so everything should shine. Then he began to walk away and said that he was a little busy and had no time to talk. Now Dan was left here alone. Well, at some point he heard a voice coming from the side. It was the voice of a child who said that the young head of the smaller Yang clan had once beaten Guan Tao. Looking towards the source, he saw a little girl, whom he learned was called Song He. Guan had said before that she was very kind, and after thinking for a bit, Dan asked why that bastard hit the servant. She replied that there was trash left in the yard, and the guest said that for that, the lazy servants should be beaten. Dan was surprised that this man would allow himself to beat up someone else's servant at a party because of such a small mistake. The little girl burst into tears the moment she said that the head of the Yang clan himself left that trash, and there was no blame on Guan's shoulders. Having analyzed all these words, the guy could not believe that he had thrown out the trash and beaten up a servant for it, and not even his own. The girl could barely hold back her tears after she had cried a little at first, and was now silent. Dan asked her if he had participated in this incident, and what he had been doing at that time. The girl replied that he was not just there, but literally egged her on and laughed while the group beat Guan Tuo. Listening to it was simply unbearable, realizing that all these words were addressed specifically to you. It is now clear that Billy Dan is not just disgusting, he is terrible, and did things that are not permissible for anyone. The girl admitted that today, Guan Tao told her information that surprised her greatly. Namely, the young master has been behaving much better lately, and it seems like he has changed. She had to admit that she didn't really trust Dan himself, but she trusted Guan's words. After this, she bowed and was about to leave, since now she had nothing to talk about with Dan. Now the guy was left here alone, and all he had left to do was to once again immerse himself in his thoughts. And now there was something to think about, since the situation was really not very standard for his past life. He turned his head and began to look towards Tia Yu, who despite the time was still continuing to clean up. He did it very diligently, although a few minutes ago it was clear from his face that he was very tired. He thought that even after he had to go through all this, he still treated Li Dan well. Now the guy thought that it would be better not to show that he realized this, but to confirm his words with actions. He left, and the servants cleaned for many hours after everyone had gone to bed. When it was night, the man who stood near the main gate shouted that the clan leader had finally arrived. The gates opened and people began to walk inside through them. Many had been waiting for this moment. There were indeed a very large number of people there, but in front of them all stood the head of the clan. Even if you just looked at their faces, you could tell that they were not the kindest and most responsive people, but now they were here and they came to eat and discuss business. At the moment when they arrived, the place and the entire city were covered by night. The only source of light around were special lanterns that Tiu had also washed some time ago. As soon as the clan leader approached the owner, he immediately asked the leader of the Bai clan how they were doing here. He replied that their guests had come a very long way and called his guest the head of the Yang clan. At this moment, Li Dan thought about what he heard, that when he was still in diapers, he always called his father Grandpa, but apparently a lot has changed since then, and he changed his way of addressing him. Besides this fact, the guy also analyzed the fact that the guests came at such a late hour, which made it clear that he looked down on them. Meanwhile, one of the Yang clan members, for some reason, twisted his face as he noticed something that interested him. Dan also noticed him and realized that this person was most likely the one who had beaten Guan Tao for no particular reason not long ago. The Yang clan leader turned to the leader and asked him if he knew the head of the Peng family in Hebei. Peng Wendu. Of course he knew him. He went on to say that they had all decided to team up with him and start a new business. And so the Yang clan chief was currently on his way to see him. Moreover, he thought it necessary to add that he had spoken a word for him there, and the leader of the Bai clan, of course, had to thank him for that. Yanji immediately laughed and told his interlocutor that he probably understood how things were now. Namely, the leader of the Yang clan is the only one who cares about the B clan in the current situation. Not wanting to continue this topic now, Leader B invited all the guests to go inside and discuss whatever they wanted to discuss there. The two leaders began to go inside, but for some reason Dan, like a small part of the guests, remained to wait outside. One of the Yang clan members approached the guy and called him the lover of debts he wanted to meet. While listening to this guy, Dan thought that now he needed to think about his father and family because this time he needed to keep himself in hand. He felt sorry for his servant named Guan, but this time he couldn't do anything because it would bring a lot of trouble to the clan and his father. But they saw how scared Tu was now. The hero was getting worse and worse with every second. And of course, holding back from telling this member of the Yang clan everything was also becoming more difficult with each passing second. Turning his back to his interlocutor, Dan said that since the guests had come such a long way, they probably needed to eat well now. As Dan was leaving, he suddenly heard the voice of the guy who called him a man with the petty pride of a beggar. And immediately after that, he ordered his interlocutor to stop being obnoxious and return his debt in the amount of 20,000 nyons. But turning around, Dan replied that they both knew very well that the guy from Yang should turn down the volume since Li didn't actually owe him anything. Things were heading towards conflict, and at some point Yan said that it seemed like Dan had gotten too big for his boots. Moreover, he asked him if he really thought that he was still the successor of the best clan in Shandong, but he replied that he himself knew that it was not so. And besides this, he also added that he knows the reason for this, which is that he is a goat. All the Bai clan members were surprised when this guy said that, as he usually had a much higher opinion of himself. One of them thought that the young master had really changed, since he was able to control himself and say such a thing. Meanwhile, Dan thought that 20,000 Nayang was an amount that could easily cause financial difficulties for the average clan. It was unclear what he had managed to do, that he had only had to borrow money. Suddenly, Li heard a sharp sound behind him. Turning his head, he very quickly witnessed a member of the Yang clan yelling at the subordinate that Dan had spoken to not long ago and began to threaten her. At this point, Li found it difficult to restrain himself, but for now, he simply silently listened to him yell at the girl and say that since her master did not want to take care of his guest, then someone else would do it. Suddenly, Guan ran up to the guest from the Yang clan and also started shouting and saying that he was just a child. Of course, the guest did not expect such a development of events and asked Guan how he dared to touch him. Tu realized that he had made a very big mistake and did not know what it could lead to. Therefore, in order to somehow correct the situation, he immediately fell to his knees and began to say that he was very sorry for what he had just done. The Yang clan member realized that he had control of the situation and told the servant that it looked like the brat wanted to go to the next world as soon as possible. Besides this, he also remembered that last time, this boy behaved the same way and the consequences were also disastrous for him. Guan knelt down and pressed himself to the floor, and at that moment he felt an incredibly strong fear, as he was not sure whether he would be able to survive this night. At some point he heard a spit, and this sound made him open his eyes and assess the situation around him. Everyone who watched this from the side were surprised, and only on the face of the Yang clan member could one see that he was pleased with himself. A second later, he asked his subordinate why, suddenly in the area that he was supposed to clean, pollution could now be seen. Guan didn't know what to answer to this, and only looked at the spit on the floor with surprised eyes and a surprised face. Suddenly the guest started shouting and asking his subordinate if he had really become so brave that he decided not to answer anything. In a trembling voice he replied that it was spit, and it seemed that it was at that moment that he realized how this would most likely end. Smiling, the Yang clan member said that he was glad that he answered correctly, and then he asked Tu why there was that spit on the ground now. Continuing, he also added that last time he had already told him that before the arrival of important guests it was necessary to clean thoroughly. Guan's whole body began to tremble along with his voice, and he shouted that he would clean everything up right now. Everyone around was even more surprised when the guest stepped on the servant's hand, preventing him from removing the spit from the floor. His voice became even more firm and confident, and Yang asked Guan what he thought of himself and what he was going to do anyway. The smile on his face became even more obvious, and he said that since the dirt came from the mouth, it means that it also needs to be removed with the mouth. Guan was very scared when he heard this and could not believe that he would now experience such humiliation. In fact, many of the Bai clan members wanted to help, but they all understood that it would lead to bad consequences. Besides this, even some of the escorts of that guy from the Yang clan could no longer believe their eyes and this cruelty. The little girl started screaming and telling her brother that she would clean everything herself and that he didn't need to do anything. But he started yelling at her very cruelly and asking what she was even talking about and whether she wanted to think a little now. A second later, he gave her the order to hurry and ask the clan leader if he needed anything, and to do it as quickly as possible. The girl was very scared when she heard such a cruel voice and closed her eyes in order to run away from it. Then she looked at her last hope, and Guan Tao also looked in that direction. Of course, Beely Dan was standing there, and his face was so indifferent that it was unclear what was on his mind. The girl was waiting for the moment when Li would finally make a decision and help them, since she had already managed to change her mind about him. But unfortunately, in response, Dan only told his servant that they really needed to clean all the dirt from the floor. The girl was very surprised, but she was even more horrified by how wrong she really was about this man. She gave him a chance, but now he was trampled, and even Guan himself no longer believed that this man would ever change. The Yang clan member began to laugh softly in pleasure at the situation he had created with his own hands. But one of the members of the BIV clan, in turn, lowered his eyes and thought that, as he had assumed, the rumors that Dan had changed were a complete lie. Realizing that he could not escape this fate, Guan said in a trembling voice that he would clean up the dirt. The atmosphere around was incredibly tense. Tu was crying and slowly but surely approaching the spit on the floor. Yan watched this with a smile. and he enjoyed generally mocking any servants, not only those from other clans. Tu's lips were getting closer and closer, and he began to think that after he did this, he would have to quit this job, since this shame would never be washed away. The B clan members remained calm, and understood that they could not influence what was happening now, even if they did not like it. Suddenly, at some point, Li Bidan asked Guan what he was doing and why he thought Dan was addressing him specifically. The subordinates did not understand what this meant at all and turned his head towards his young master. A smile appeared on Li's face, and he said that the one who made the litter should clean up the mess. It was strange that at that moment the little girl began to smile, but Guan did not know how to react to it. Continuing his speech, Dan told Yang Ji Gang that he should probably clean up now after making a mess. He was incredibly angry after this and understood that everything was heading towards a very tense end. A second later, Dan Li's face became incredibly serious, and he shouted at the newly arrived guest that if he was deaf, he would repeat it again and order him to clean up after himself. It was noteworthy that Yang Ji's face at this moment was like that of a madman, and it seemed that he was now following his emotions and did not think about the consequences at all. Feeling the advantage in this situation, Yanji turned to Dan and said that he had already heard that he had been beaten by a girl, but he had never thought that she had beaten him so much that he had completely lost his mind. Ignoring all these words, Li turned to his servant and asked if he was okay, and the servant in the meantime asked why he suddenly started acting like this. Of course, Dan explained this topic, that he ordered the guest to clean up the trash that he himself threw out, and he believes that the servant should not do it for him. Guan could not recognize his young master in these actions, and it all seemed unreal to him. He then noticed that Li was looking straight ahead, and it seemed like he didn't want to talk to Guan anymore. Then his face became frightened, and he realized that his role in this conflict was over, and it was better for him not to interfere anymore. So he simply nodded obediently and began to move aside so as not to disturb anyone. Dan meanwhile gave orders to the Bili clan commander to simply watch from the side, and added that he would take care of everything himself. The commander initially did not understand why he wanted to do everything exactly this way, and for this reason he simply remained silent for some time. Then he made a small bow and said that the commander of the swordsman squad named Sei Jin had accepted the young master's order. Yanzi began to laugh and asked Dan what he was suddenly going to take care of himself, since he was not the one who could do anything. Suddenly the young master warned him that he would pretend that this never happened if the guest was from the Yang clan and apologize immediately. Because even if he licked everything with his filthy mouth right now, the floor would still remain dirty in Li's opinion. Immediately, Yangzi asked his opponent what would happen if he did not agree to do this, and would do as he himself wanted. With a completely serious look, the young master of the Bai clan said that in that case, the guest would be beaten. Understanding where this was going, Yang Ji began to come closer and closer to the guy, asking why they didn't just look at what the great and terrible successor of the Bai family was like. And when he came close enough, he said that he couldn't even imagine that this day had finally come. Then he swung his fist and shouted that with just one blow, he would turn the guy into an idiot, so that all that would be left for him to do would be begging on the streets. But Li Bidan was no longer the same person that everyone present remembered. Now he was prepared for danger. So he was able to dodge the punch without much effort and deliver his own punch to the opponent's jaw. Of course, everyone was surprised by this, since they had never seen Bili defend himself properly before in their lives. Moreover, after just one blow, the enemy was stunned and could not do anything further. But after just a few seconds, he came to his senses, and the internal chi began to concentrate inside his body. He immediately gained a lot of momentum and swung his fist, around which energy had already begun to circulate this time. The swordsman commander at this moment thought that young Master Yang Ji was using his internal powers, and he had better stop him. But he changed his mind the moment the Bai clan's young master once again dodged that energy strike by moving his body to the side. At that moment, the guy thought that it looked like his opponent had decided to use internal chi, and if he couldn't get back, he would most likely die after one attack. But now the most important thing in this fight was not to lose vigilance, since the enemy struck again a second later. Having dodged this blow, Dan began to smile, as he realized that in fact everything was exactly as it should be. The other Bai swordsmen couldn't believe their eyes, as in addition to a rather decent attack, the young master of their clan could also dodge attacks quite successfully. On top of all this, he continued to dodge the attacks further and further without taking any damage. The commander analyzed the young master's movements and still did not understand whether this was really the person he knew. At some point, Bili stopped dodging the blow, and shifting his body slightly to the side, he struck his opponent with his elbow. Because of this, Yang Zi lost his guard and almost completely lost his stance, almost falling to the ground. But he could still stand on his feet, and the rage that was now in his body was enough to develop more and more attacks. Just as he was about to launch such an attack, Li made a dash towards him. Multiple attacks began to fly across his body, and Yang Ji immediately began to feel incredibly strong pain in different parts of his body. Meanwhile, the guy thought about the fact that, because of the stupid joke of the guest from the Yan clan, these children will be traumatized for life. The blows became more and more frequent, and each one was stronger than the previous one. The thought occurred to him that this guy probably didn't even realize how bad the consequences of this battle would be. At the very last moment, Li made the finishing blow, which sent Yang Zi flying back several meters. Because of this, he began to fly away at a very high speed, and thereby surprised everyone who was watching what was happening. Everyone who watched could not believe their eyes and thought that this was all some kind of dream, since the young master of the Bai clan had never shown such skill. Ian flew quite a distance and landed on the ground, and for some time did not even move. But Dan's face at that moment was as indifferent as possible, and it seemed like he hadn't put in much effort to achieve this result. All those subordinates and clan members who came with Yang Ji shouted that Dan did not understand what he was doing now. But he only answered them that they saw everything with their own eyes and knew who was to blame for this situation, and he, as an indecent person, did not want to clean up the spit. Gradually standing up, Yang Ji gave orders to all the clan members who were near him to eliminate Li. And when this sufficient amount of energy had accumulated in his body, he began to shout even louder that this was an order, and Dan needed to be killed right now. The swordsman commander didn't take action at first, as this order was simply crazy. Then Yang Ji grabbed him by the collar and asked why he was standing there instead of following the order that was clearly stated. At that moment, the commander thought that no matter how difficult the B clan situation was now, he didn't want their successor to be killed because of some ridiculous situation. But on the other hand, ignoring the order was also impossible, and so the commander grabbed the hilt of his sword. A second later, the Bili clan's swordsman commander said that Master Yang had given this order in an irritated state, so they could safely ignore it. And grabbing his own sword, he said that they all had better think very carefully about the consequences now. The situation was extremely unstable, and it was unclear how it would all end. Standing at a short distance, they looked at each other and understood that their intentions were quite serious. But then, the man who commanded the Yang clan swordsmen said that the B clan was right, and they would not carry out this order. Meanwhile, he himself was thinking that such issues should be decided only by the head of the family and not by anyone else. Suddenly, Yang Ji snatched the sword from Commander Mechnikov's sheath and decided to carry out this order with his own hands. He made a very swift dash towards his opponent and decided to thrust his sword into him. Of course, everyone was very surprised, but they didn't have time to do anything since everything happened incredibly quickly. When the blow was dealt, Li dodged it and only watched as Yang Ji's body moved awkwardly and slowly. A moment later, he grabbed his hand, which at that moment was holding the sword. All this happened so quickly that the enemy could only turn his gaze to the side and look into the enemy's eyes. And this moment was precisely what Dan used to disarm Yang Ji and take the sword from him. He did this by striking the enemy's elbow and pressing on a painful point, causing him to scream loudly. But the battle didn't stop there, because for Li this was still not enough. So he kicked his opponent, causing him to jump to the side. This was not the end either, and while Yang was writhing in pain, Li was preparing for a new attack. He made a dash towards him and swung his fist, looking at the weak point that was the least protected. Another second, and the fist lands right on Yang Ji's chin, and he even jumps a little because of it. Only at this moment did the commander of the Yang clan's swordsmen manage to look towards the battle normally, and he immediately witnessed how his young master flew to the side at even greater speed and fell to the ground. But Dan looked completely unharmed, and it seemed that not a single blow had hit his body. The commander gave the order to call a doctor to stimulate his acupuncture point and blood flow, and also to report to the clan leader about what happened. The subordinate meanwhile came closer to Li to ask how he could do such a thing to one of the Yang clan representatives, and what his plan was to solve this. Without waiting for an answer, he said that if they stayed here, they would cross paths with the clan leader, and they would be in trouble after that. But Dan wanted to run away. If they leave now, then all the blame will definitely be placed on you. And he started all this in an attempt to protect him, so leaving in this situation is impossible. Guan didn't understand why the young master was standing still and said that they needed to run away quickly. But turning slightly to the side, Dan answered him with a grin that even if he had planned it, it was already a little too late. All because in that direction One could now see the leader of two clans, who stopped in horror while running, and because they saw a horrifying picture. Lee advised his subordinate not to worry, as before he died he would definitely ask to be buried together. After hearing this wording, Guan became even more frightened because he didn't realize that it was such a subtle joke from the young master. Meanwhile, the night grew deeper and deeper and more strongly absorbed the day. The leader of the Yang clan, approaching before the other leader, asked what had happened here and what he was looking at now. With the last of the strength that remained in Young Ji's body at that time, he told his father that a bastard had tried to kill him. Then the head of the Yang clan looked to the side and saw this guy there, and expected that he would at least say something in his defense. But in fact, this guy just stood there and didn't say anything, but only waited for the head of the Yang clan to ask a leading question himself. The chief asked the young commander if what he had just been told was true. Then he tried to answer something to this, but he couldn't do anything, since he understood that some time ago he had not followed the order. At that very moment, he received a blow to his face from the clan leader, and this blow was incredibly sudden. The leader began to call this commander an idiot, and it seems that now he has become even more angry than when he saw Yaji's state. As he continued to strike, he asked the swordsman commander what he had been doing to allow the young master of the Yang clan to fall to such a state. The Bai clan, meanwhile, was watching all of this, but they did not get involved in these showdowns, as these were the affairs of the Yang clan alone. At some point, the swordsman commander fell to the ground, as he had indeed taken too much damage, with every blow hitting him in the face. A few more seconds later, the head of the clan calmed down as he realized that now the commander, whom he considered the main culprit, was punished. Everyone had a different reaction to what was happening. For example, Guan Tao was surprised, unlike Bi Li. But the other swordsmen were scared, because they understood that in essence they too had not fulfilled the order that they were supposed to fulfill. Everyone was waiting to see what the Yang clan leader would say after this beating. And at some point, he asked Father Dan how he was going to answer for what happened here. At first, without answering anything, the clan leader looked towards his son in order to see what emotion would be on his face at that moment. And when he did this, he saw that he seemed to really repent, since he looked down and said nothing. The leader then looked towards the commander of the swordsmen and asked him to explain exactly what had happened while he was gone. And of course, the commander began to tell the truth, and step by step explained the causes and consequences. While this was happening, almost everyone lowered their eyes because many were ashamed of their actions, but not Yang Ji. After this story was finished, the clan leader turned his head towards Dan and asked if he really had beaten his son because of some servant. Moreover, he also added asking how he even dared to raise his hand against him over such a trifle. And after that, he once again asked the head of the Bai clan how he was going to answer for all of this. He replied that he thought that the only one here who should be responsible for something was the leader of the Yang clan. The statement was, to put it mildly, surprising for absolutely everyone, including the swordsmen of this clan. The servant was surprised by this, and did not expect that everything would happen exactly like this, since in his head, everything was different. The angry and defeated Yang Ji took this information with an incredibly large amount of anger, and did not want to believe that it was true. And the heads of the clan, in turn, asked the leader B what he had just said, and whether he had even understood these words himself. He replied that young Master Yang not only used his internal powers, but also took out his sword to kill his son. Considering that he was unarmed, everyone saw what happened here, so he dares to assume that they have enough witnesses. There was indeed meaning in these words, and those swordsmen who served the B clan understood this. But your witnesses who were from the Yang clan were not very happy, since they understood that they were still in a losing situation. Vidal continued that if it were anyone else in Yan's place, he would personally punish him for what he had done. But so be it. He would do nothing to avoid ruining his reputation. He was even more angry when he heard this. As he expected to hear an apology from the leader of B, Anya apologized himself. Then the leader continued and said that if news of this incident spread throughout Jianghu, not only Chief Yang, but their entire clan would be ridiculed. There was a short pause, after which the head of the Yan asked what Tot was trying to say by this. The leader answered him that he wanted to ask Yang the same thing at that moment. What was he trying to say with that? Listening to all this, Li only thought that he initially thought that his father was a timid person. But now his opinion has changed dramatically, and he realized that all this time he was wrong. Because his father, in just a few seconds, was able to put the enemy in his place and resolve the situation. Head Yang started shouting that he no longer had time to hang out with him, and the head of the Bai family should just remember to pay off the debt that was owed. Of course, the leader replied that the debt would be paid in the near future, and at that very moment he kept a cool face. And then he said that it was time for the guests to go, as morning would soon be coming. It became clear that the Yang clan in this situation was on the losing team, and since they did not receive even 1% of what they expected from this meeting. A second later, the leader gave the order to everyone else to leave, since now they had nothing more to do here. On this road, only the Bai clan members and servants remained, watching the guests as they left. After all the guests had left, the father asked his son why he had done this. He replied that the guest had humiliated a member of their family and was trying to force them to do something that people are not supposed to do. The servants were surprised that Billy now called them family members. The head of the clan was surprised by this wording, but it was not clear what was going on in his head, since he just looked meaningfully at his son. And then he began to leave, and at the same time gave the order to the commander of the detachment of swordsmen to follow him. They both left, and the boy and the servants remained here alone. It seemed that they needed to talk everything over now, since at that point not everything was clear yet. Guantu and Yi, his sister, were surprised and didn't know what to say now, so they waited for Billy to say something. And he, with just a smile on his face, asked if he was able to surprise them with what had just happened here. At first, the girl wanted to say that they were not surprised, but then in a trembling voice, she replied that in fact she was surprised. He then advised them not to be afraid of Yang, because even if he tried to do something again, it would not be worth it. In addition, he said that they could be sure that he and all members of their family would protect them. This wording was indeed very strange, and at the same time as these words were said, the squad of swordsmen approached the servants. They smiled because they were pleased with the way Billy Dan was now behaving. The girl thanked her young master and said that she was truly grateful to him for what he had done. Meanwhile, the squad of swordsmen followed their commander and left these three alone. Tu asked if the young master wasn't at least a little scared while all this was happening. He asked his subordinate why he should suddenly be scared, since nothing like that had happened here. Guan asked how the guy would act if the entire clan burst in here, since he had already told him that at the moment, they were the strongest in Shandong. Then the guy said that in order to answer this question, it was necessary to simply see the faces of his subordinates, who themselves do not like their leader. And from the looks of it, they don't have that many loyal people, unlike those who were members of the Bai family. Then the subordinate said that this does not change the fact that there are many more of them, and they have the numerical advantage on their side. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that victory most often does not depend on the number of people involved, and you can't just start a war. Guan did not agree with this and asked the guy if wars really do not start even if the headman's son is beaten. Dan was aware that a calculating person like the Yang clan leader would not act so rashly. Only after making sure that victory was in his hands would he begin to advance. Therefore, the young master replied that the leader did not even look at his son, which means that he was angry not because his son was beaten, but because Billy did it. These are different reasons, and the clan leader is too selfish to do something like that. The subordinate did not understand what the young master was talking about, and he replied that in that case, he should go and rest, since he had to endure a lot that night. At the moment when his subordinates were about to leave for their quarters, he suddenly uttered the name Dan, and then, lowering his eyes to the floor, he thanked his young master for saving him, as it was really important to him. Dan smiled because he understood that all this was done for a reason, and he saved one person from shame for life. As he left, he also laughed and said that his subordinate should remember his kindness for the rest of his life. Of course it was a joke, and Guan knew very well that it was not said seriously. From Tian's experience, he could judge that right now, the Yang clan chief would not do anything, since too little time had passed. Most likely, he will wait for a reason to take revenge, and will do it at the most inopportune moment. Or, the other option is that he will look for a way to not get his hands dirty, which either way means Billy has to be proactive. Meanwhile, time and action moved to the room where the head of the Bai clan and his wife were currently located. The father of the family was not happy with what the wife wanted to do with their family value, which they pass on from generation to generation. They both treasured this value very much, but it seemed that now his wife was confident in her actions. She explained to her husband that clan leader Yang was a very petty person and he would not care about the reasons. But if suddenly she sells him this necklace, then they can easily pay off the debt they have now. Her husband did not agree with this, and of course he started shouting that she should not do this and he would not allow this to happen. But in the woman's opinion, it's just a trinket that has no particular value. The husband started shouting that this was not just a trinket, since this was the thing that she treasured more than anything else in the world. There was a short pause, after which the wife turned to her husband and smiling said that she valued her husband and Dan more than anything in the world. Undoubtedly, This answer sounded very beautiful, and of course the father of the family could not say anything to it at first. He just continued to listen to his wife, who said that their son had finally pulled himself together, which meant that they had to protect him, not some trinkets. Then he asked his wife if she really believed in him so much after all this had happened. The woman replied that, on the contrary, everything that had happened recently had only made her opinion even clearer. And even the situation when he deceived them could not convince her. She argued that no matter what happened, Dan would not stop being their son, whom they had to protect. In fact, my father had a similar opinion, but now he only realized that his wife had the same thing. So he hugged her, and they stood like that for some time since emotions were now simply at the limit. It turned out that B. Lee was watching everything that was happening there. He was going to apologize to them, but in the end, he just listened to the conversation. At first, he thought that he was reborn in order to live this life as he wanted. After some time, he thought that he was reincarnated to help Dan, but after hearing this conversation, he can't get rid of the thought that he was reincarnated for the sake of this couple. But it was not clear whether he would cope, since he never had a family to whom he felt affection. It was even more unclear whether someone whose bad character keeps him awake at night, someone who plots revenge 10 times worse than the reason for revenge, would be suitable for this. A new day had come, and a lonely cart with a small carriage was driving through the mountains. This small carriage was driven by a horse, which in turn was driven by a specially trained person. Inside this carriage there was a servant with Billy Dan, and Guan asked him what he was talking about now. He noted that they were going to visit the Yang clan, but the servants did not understand why they were doing this. Of course, Dan understood that he needed to explain, so he said that they were heading there to solve a problem. In fact, it didn't sound particularly logical, but initially the subordinates didn't say anything, and only after a few seconds did he mature enough to ask the question. He asked why B. Lee took him with him in that case. He answered that he had two answers to this question. He would like the first one, but he wouldn't like the second one. Looking down, the subordinate said that he would have initially wanted to hear the second option. And the second option was based on the fact that once before, Guan had already said that he knew that everything happened because of him. And when he heard this, I was a little surprised at first, since this was the first time he had heard such a formulation from Dan. That's why he even drooped a little for a few seconds, and in the meantime tried to gather his strength to ask the next question. And after a few seconds he asked how the first answer sounded, which should be liked more. The guy replied that the only person Dan could trust was his loyal servant Guan. He was incredibly surprised when he heard this, since it was simply impossible to hear such words from Li B, whom he knew before. Having exhaled all the air, he said that now he felt a little sorry for the young master, because he had such a narrow circle of friends. Then he decided to ask Dan if he had any plan of action, and what they were going to do next. When he answered him that he was just about to come up with something, without thinking for a second, the servant said that it looked like Dan had hit his head hard since he had changed so much. With a smile on his face, Lee told him that where they were going, there were a lot of people who would want to beat Guan up, so if one of them hit him on the head, he could become like that too. Meanwhile, the young gentleman thought about how jokes like these, which he would never have been able to come up with, were popping up in his head, and he couldn't quite figure out whether it was because he had become younger or whether it was because in his past life he had been bound hand and foot by formalities. Meanwhile, the action and all the events had moved to the territory of the Yang clan, where the leader was now talking about how this pathetic brat dared to beat up his son. His son, in a very serious condition, was just in bed next to him and was trying to say that he was praying to his father for Dan and his parents to be eliminated. His father told him that he had originally planned to do so, while he thought that he dared to look down on him, being the son of a family that was not even in the top 10. After a few more seconds of thought, he told his wounded son that he was already taking action and called the bloodhound. It was truly a surprise for the wounded son to hear this, as he could never have expected such radical actions. A smile appeared on the clan leader's face, and he said that they all had to pay him for this treatment. Meanwhile, Lee and his subordinate continued to move on the cart. At one point, for some reason, Guan decided to whisper to his young master whether it was the patriarch's exclusive technique or just by chance that it was in his hands now. He also answered him that it was she, and asked why he needed to whisper. The subordinate answered that he was doing this because it was an incredibly valuable martial art, and the rider couldn't hear. Then Dan smiled and told him that when he spoke in a whisper, it only looked more suspicious. When the subordinate understood this, he said in a louder voice that the technique of the white moon ball, this is a completely unusual thing. And Dan answered him that he would tell his father about this. At that moment, Guan stood up even worse, and he asked why he was saying that. since everyone knows that the technique of handling the white moon ball is the best technique in the whole wide world. The smile on Billy's face never left as he said that if his subordinate continued like this, his father would think that he was suspicious. The subordinate was no longer comfortable continuing this dialogue because his young master was constantly making fun of him in such ways. Dan. Meanwhile, he decided to immerse himself in his thoughts and realized that if he were honest with himself, he would not say that everything was so bad. If he were to evaluate this technique, he would put it slightly above average. Since he wants to hide his true martial arts skills, he should learn that first. Suddenly, the subordinate said that it was very unusual to see Dan reading something, for the reason that before he only read the menu in pairs and the hours of visiting the courtesans. The vector of the dialogue changed sharply at the moment when Dan asked Guan if he wanted to learn martial arts. Then the guy thought for a bit and then looking down at the floor said he didn't want to. Dan quickly realized he was lying. Tao thought for a bit and answered him that in fact, someone like him shouldn't even think about it. Billy didn't understand why he was saying that, since even Yang Ji could use these martial arts, then Tiu could even more so. The subordinate replied that this was all because he was born into a good family and most likely studied with a mentor from childhood. Dan replied to his subordinate that to become outstanding, it is not necessary to come from a good family, and it is not necessary to have a good mentor. Tu seemed to have completely lost his train of thought and asked his young master what was needed for this then. I had to think a little before answering, as this answer was far from typical. While the guy was silent, Tiu began to list that perhaps natural talent, physical training, or maybe willpower and effort were needed. But he replied that there was something more important than everything that Guan had just listed. He was incredibly interested to hear what is actually the most important thing for a person who studies martial arts. Literally a second later, his young master said that the most important thing in this matter is communication. Of course, at first he didn't understand anything and asked him again what he meant when he said that. The response to this was that Dan simply smiled and then said that the most important thing in martial arts is the connection with Zhang Hu. It was completely unclear what this meant, and the subordinate said again that he did not understand anything. And besides this, he added that it seems that when the young gentleman speaks like that, he is simply trying to change the subject. Li B. I thought that this subordinate probably thought that he was making fun of him, but in fact he said exactly what I wanted to say. He really thinks that if you want to gain some status in Jinghu, then connections are one of the most important things you can use. Well, there was no time to think about it, since it seemed that the cart had arrived at its destination. It was easy to understand because when they stopped, through the open window, you could see the window of some building. Therefore, they slowly began to get out of the cart, and the subordinate collected all the personal belongings that they were able to take with them. When the two of them entered the building, Li asked for one room, and his subordinate said that in that case he would sleep in the carriage until they had a task. Of course, Li asked what carriage he was talking about, since he had just taken one room not to throw Guan out into the street, because in fact, he had in mind from the very beginning that they would sleep in the same room. There would be 2 beds in the room, so he didn't see any problem with it. The subordinate asked how he could sleep with the young master in the same room because it was wrong. Suddenly, Dan ordered him to stop talking and said that they better go have a drink before bed so they could sleep better. In just a second, they were at the table, and Li B invited his subordinate for 100 and asked the waiter to serve them some simple snacks and drinks. The girl who worked as a waitress smiled and said that she would bring everything now, while Guan was thinking about whether this was a dream. Li was already tired of handing over his subordinate, so he constantly hurried him. Tu, meanwhile, doubted whether he should sit at the same table with his young master now. Of course, he was scared because this was the first time the young master invited him to sit at the same table and even to have a drink. He no longer talks about sleeping in the same room. The waitress just brought snacks and drinks after these words. After hearing all these words from Tiu, Dan even managed to think that this B. Li, before he reincarnated, was a complete idiot. At some point, he picked up a small bottle of booze and said that now they should drink and not think about anything. Well, the subordinate didn't agree with this and said that he was asking to be given a pour, but Dan didn't agree. Overall, the situation was quite tense due to the fact that this was incredibly unusual for the subordinate. Meanwhile, while Tu was saying that this was wrong, he poured him more and more drinks. And then the subordinate raised his glass and said that he would drink only once, and until the end of his life, he would not forget this kindness. After that, Dan poured himself some, and although his subordinate no longer started shouting, I still think that he should have poured him some according to the rules. It creates a small pause, and everything around becomes incredibly quiet. But suddenly, Tao starts screaming and saying that he understood everything, which was strange, since even Billy Dan himself didn't understand anything and wanted his subordinate to share these ideas. With a serious expression, Guan said that he believed that the young master had taken him along with him in order to kill him. After Dan heard this, he spat out a small amount of drink from his mouth and the shock he had just experienced. But Tao didn't stop there and said that most likely it is because of this that he treats him so well, since this is a well-known practice. And looking at his young master's reaction, he thought that this indicated that he was right. But in reality, of course, Dan had no such intentions, and he only sighed heavily, hearing another dose of conspiracy theories from his subordinate. Finally, he said that he heard that people always feed the cow tasty food the day before they kill it. Their pastime continued, and after Dan explained everything, his subordinate said that there was no way he could have asked one question all this time. And of course, the young master was interested in what Guan had been so interested in all this time. This question was about martial arts, specifically how he was able to beat up a member of the Yang clan. Without thinking twice, the guy answered him that he himself should have seen that he had been intensely involved in martial arts lately. But Tu remembered well that it had only lasted for 10 days. Then Dan answered him that in order to kick some trash's ass, 10 days would be enough. The subordinate didn't quite understand how he could still be the same B. Lee, but Dan quickly came up with an excuse and said that perhaps he was just a late bloomer. Of course, these words were not enough to be believed, but Tu also realized that it was better not to develop this topic further. He took a very large sip of the drink he had in his cup, and at the same time said that he should not allow himself to ask too many questions. But still, despite this realization, he decided to ask the young master if he was going to change so drastically again. He replied that this was not in his plans, and he was unlikely to change anything radically in the future. The subordinate had one request, namely he wanted to ask to promise him that he would not suddenly become the same as he was before. But Dan didn't understand what the point of verbal promises was. Then Guan answered him that it was important to him, and he really wanted to hear it with his own ears. At first, the guy thought that it was just some kind of joke, and in fact, the subordinate just wanted to make a joke in this way. But it quickly became clear that it seemed like his intentions were extremely serious, and he really wanted to know about it. So the young gentleman agreed and said that he promised that he would never change as much as he had recently. At that moment, Tao exhaled as he understood that there would hardly be such bad times in his life again. After that, Dan also decided to admit that he had been hiding his martial arts skills and that he was actually much stronger than Guan thought. Of course, Tiu was surprised when he heard this, because it's not every day that someone says that he hides martial arts skills. He was curious why he would do this. The guy replied that if someone wanted to last long in Jianghu, they had to be able to hide at least 30% of their strength. A thought appeared in Tu's mind that perhaps Bi Li had deliberately behaved this way in order to deceive everyone. When he voiced this assumption, the guy told him that after Lady Sun beat him, he realized that he could no longer live like that. As strange as it may sound, after that situation, he came to his senses. In fact, in his mind, he understood that the subordinate no longer had a choice but to believe his words, because he had nothing else left. For this reason, while pouring him more, he somehow managed to get his subordinate to say that if he continued to treat him well, then he might get used to it. But smiling, Li said that if this ever happened, he would not be against it. And although Tu had already realized that his young master had changed, it was still very strange to hear such words from Li. So he simply picked up another cup of that drink and focused his gaze on it, in order to avoid looking into Dan's eyes. It seemed that not everything had yet been sorted out in his head, and he still had questions, and Dan could see that clearly. But he didn't want to deal with it now, so he just silently poured him some more drink, filling the cup. And speaking of drinking, at this moment Li Bi made several conclusions about it. Namely, he now felt for the first time in his life such a strong intoxication as he felt that day. So they spent the night in that tavern, and in the morning they set out on their journey and found themselves in Dunpun. During their movement, the subordinate asked the boy what he was planning to do, and he told him that they first had to find out what the head of the Yang clan was planning. The method was based on the fact that no one from the outside knew about that incident, so they needed to find out everything from those who were on the other side of the clan wall. Of course, this plan was not one of the typical ones that the subordinate had heard before, so he was able to be surprised. It took him a few seconds to think it over, and then he asked Li if he could leave this task to him. After this was said, Dan was already very surprised since he could not have expected such initiative. Turning his head, he said that it would most likely be very dangerous, and therefore he could not allow the subordinate to go there. He also had to explain that if he was caught, he would most likely be tortured, and it might even go as far as being burned with hot metal or having his fingers cut off. But smiling, the subordinate said that everything was fine, since before they started torturing him, he would tell them where Li Dan was. In fact, Dan had no intention of smiling back, and said that in fact he would have to tell them about it, because that was what wise loyalty was. The subordinate did not quite understand what he meant when he said this, since this phrase was originally intended as a joke. This was all because Li Dan understood very well that the highest form of loyalty was loyalty until death. But he can't demand anything like that from Guan Tu, because this situation is completely different, and their relationship is also completely different. The subordinate felt that this was a real betrayal, and he did not understand why Li was talking about it so calmly. Ali replied to him that in the current situation this is called wise loyalty. Then Tao had to say that he didn't fully understand this phrase, but in any case he wouldn't change his mind so he could be relied on. At that moment, Li Dan once again turned his head towards him and said that he should do as he saw fit. Now that everything had been decided, the subordinate said that he would return soon and would bring with him interesting and important news. He began to move away, and the distance between the two was constantly increasing. At some point, for some unknown reason, the subordinate stopped in the middle of the road and began to simply look forward. A few moments later, he turned around and began to approach his young master. Keeping a smile on his face, he asked him if he would watch him from some secluded place, despite everything he had said earlier. The young master replied that if it would make his subordinate more comfortable, then let him think so. But the truth is that this time Li Dan decided to leave the task to Tao. The subordinate turned around and without answering began to leave, but this time his speed was much slower. At some point he turned around and said with a displeased face that as soon as he returned, the young gentleman would have to buy him a drink. Of course, Li was not against such conditions, and even without answering, it was clear that he agreed with all of this. Looking at the back of his subordinate, he understood that he believed this guy, and believed that he would be able to complete this task. In fact, it was also at the same time that it was hard to believe that his connection with Guan Tao could be cut off so easily. And only after he does what he has planned will what must happen according to all the laws of fate happen. Namely, the connection between him and Jiang Hu will continue and become stronger. Some time had already passed since the moment when their already small group split up. To be more precise, Li Dan had counted down a little more than 4 days since he had been waiting for his subordinate to return from an important mission. On this day, he was in one of the establishments and thought that perhaps Tao had already been captured and tortured. In addition, there remains the possibility that he was killed altogether, and they did not try to extract more information. But at some point, Li received that small grain of hope that he needed so much then. Someone walked right into the establishment where Li was now, and this person looked a little suspicious. The man who came here said that the world is huge, and the fact that they just met must be a gift of fate, so they should have a drink. At first it wasn't particularly clear who this guest was, but as soon as it became more obvious, Li of course smiled. A rather genuine smile appeared on his face, and he asked his subordinate how much fun he had had on that mission. He replied that while he was on a mission, there was no sign of fun there, and he was terribly scared all the time. Of course, now the young gentleman was most interested in how everything went and what he managed to find out. The subordinate told him that the Yang clan was secretly gathering talented wanderers through a man they called the Bloodhound. Li didn't quite understand what was being discussed now, and why the Yang clan suddenly needed to start gathering vagabonds if they already had their own army. Here too said that it seems that they have already recruited more than a dozen people and are most likely going to attack their clan, and before they start acting, they are spreading rumors. These rumors say that Li Dan Bi beat up a Yang clan member when he tried to rape him. It is understandable that many people will probably believe these rumors. At this moment, the subordinate interrupted his young master and said that even though Dan had gotten into fights before, he would still never do anything like that. The rumors were usually greatly exaggerated, and Li wondered how he had learned of them, whether he had managed to sneak in by pretending to be a vagabond. Then Tao had to lay all his cards on the table and say that one maid had told him all this information since he had managed to lure her over to their side. Of course, it was quite strange to hear this, and Li waited for further explanations. A few seconds later, the subordinate said that Dan himself probably knew that his subordinate understood the feelings of people like that maid better than anyone else in the world. But what's more, it played into their hands that there were rumors circulating around the Yang clan that Yang Ji Gang had brutally killed one of his maids. This is why many of those in the Yang clan who serve him do not like him, and serve him only because they have no other choice. For Li, luck was also considered a skill, as his subordinate was very lucky to have stumbled upon that maid just now. But if he chose the wrong method to achieve his goal, no amount of luck would be able to help him. From this maid, Tu learned about the bloodhound and the people the Yang family was gathering. He bought a lot of things to sneak in, lost among the vagabonds. But despite all this, he was too scared and could not complete the task to the end. And so he told the young master that he was sorry. Dan was silent for a while, and then said that his subordinate had already achieved much more than he could have expected. Besides all this information, it seemed that Tiu had another ace up his sleeve, and looking down, he said that he had learned something else. For some reason, he also began to get nervous at the same time, and Li could see it clearly from the outside. Another second, and his subordinate said that he realized that his face works very well on women. It seemed that Li Danbi was expecting information of a different nature, but he did not answer, but only looked at his interlocutor with an unsurprised face. This interlocutor added in the meantime that perhaps they should return, since they must warn the patriarch about everything. But he answered him that they would never return. It was strange for Guantu to hear this, because all the way he had thought that they would return soon, and after he completed this task, they would definitely quickly head home. But it turns out that Li Dan has completely different plans, and it looks like he's decided to put them into practice right now. And looking at his interlocutor with a serious look, he said that before returning, they first needed to finish what they had started. Meanwhile, the action had shifted, and now everything was happening on the territory of the Yang clan. The girl stood in the room that was guarded better than the others, and cried, while at the same time talking about the fact that she already has someone she wants to marry, and therefore she will not be able to serve the young master of the Yang clan. But he only answered her that perhaps he should kill this bastard right in front of her eyes, and then she would change her mind. This girl was still very young, and to hear something like this was of course an incredibly big shock, since she did not want her husband to be killed. But the young master of the Yang clan smiled and said that the girl should better serve him, or she would take the life of her husband, so she had to choose quickly. The girl realized that she had no way out, and with trembling hands she slowly began to take off her outerwear. The man replied that if she did everything right, then he would no longer have any need to kill the man she wanted to marry. It was incredibly stressful for her, but it seems like there is simply no other way out of this situation. At some point, there was some very sharp movement, which was like a strong wind, and all this happened inside the room. The girl was very scared at that moment, and thought that perhaps the young master of the Yang clan had decided to kill her. The man who was chained to the bed at that moment was also surprised and frightened no less than this girl. Suddenly, someone started walking around the room and saying that there was no need to be afraid, since he had only blocked the young master's pressure point, and he simply would not be able to move for some time. When this stranger approached the girl, he said that not all men in this world are such scumbags as the young master of the Yang clan, because they are all people and all of them can be bitten by a mad dog at any moment. But even if this happens, it does not mean that absolutely all dogs will continue to behave in the same way. The young master of the Yang clan began to shout and ask the stranger who he was, and how dare he walk around his room without permission. Moreover, he started shouting and calling for security, but it seemed that there was absolutely no one nearby. For some reason, when this stranger approached the girl, she slowly began to lose consciousness. And then he said that she would have to forget about everything that happened here today and would have to live happily ever after, ignoring her past. After this happened, the stranger began to move closer and closer to the bed on which the young master of the Yang clan was located at that moment. He couldn't believe his ears, because by that time he had almost completely studied the voice he heard. A second after this realization came to his mind, he suddenly felt a sharp alarm in his head. This happened because the stranger struck with his sword and a large wave of blood gushed out onto the wall. The young master of the Yang clan immediately began to cry and try to shout that he was wrong and that he should be pardoned. But this unknown guest had no intention of doing this, and only repeated that when crowds of people begged him for mercy, he answered them. And he responded by making things only worse, since these actions brought him pleasure. This was followed by another blow and another wave of blood that gushed onto the wall from the other side. The young master of the Yang clan was eliminated, and that was the end of his story. Now everything was happening in the clan leader's office, where the syndicate vice leader Zheng Yu was saying that if they really attacked the B family, they would incur the wrath of many of the Jianghu residents. The head of the clan did not understand him and asked why he should even think about the anger of the residents if his son had just been eliminated. And for this reason, bringing criminals to justice cannot cause anger in anyone. But the head of security remembers well that in fact this happened because the young master was the first to try to kill Dan. Moreover, under the guise of an orthodox sect, the leader hired dozens of vagabonds to destroy the Bai clan. The head of the Yan clan told the vice head that there was no point in trying to stop him. But still, this man begged him to think about everything a few more times, since this decision would most likely become fateful. Suddenly, a voice from the edge of the room asked the vice chief why he was trying to act nice, because even his appearance doesn't match his impulses. The person who said that was a bloodhound. According to this man, in this situation you just need to take and do it, since there is no time to come up with some kind of plan. As the head of security himself understands, vagrants are people who don't care about everything around them, so if they drag it out too much, they can give them away completely. And if the head of the security cannot give them a clear answer in the shortest possible time, then they will soon disperse and will not lose such an important force. The clan leader said that this would not happen, as they would act as planned from the very beginning. Moreover, he also considered it necessary to tell the head of security that all this was happening not only because of his son. Although the Bai family's power has diminished, they still have a huge influence on many aspects. But as soon as they absorb them, their power will immediately increase at least twice, or even more. But at some point, the guard leader interrupted the clan leader and said that the main reason why the Bai family still retained its former greatness was because many warriors trusted their patriarch. Clan Chief Yang interpreted these words a little differently and asked the head of the guard if what he was trying to say now was that Clan Chief B's character was better than his character. Without a shadow of a doubt, Zheng told him that he hadn't even thought about it, and it meant something else when he spoke about it. But then Chief Yan said that there is no such thing as trust in Jianghu. There are only two things here, strength and weakness. And the truth is that the strong rule all, and the weak grovel. That's who he is, Jianghu. The leader of the guards, meanwhile, thought that even though they did not adhere to any religion, they still could not act under the guise of an orthodox sect. Therefore, gathering all his manhood in his hands, he said that if the clan leader was going to attack the Bai family, then he would be forced to leave them. The clan leader was surprised that the guard leader had decided to abandon the conditions and immediately gave a very hasty order. He ordered this man to get out of sight until he personally eliminated him right here. Hearing these words was a real blow to this man, and for some time he could not come to his senses. He wanted to answer something, but because of the clan leader's shouts, he couldn't get even one word in. Right now, all that was on his mind was that he had been serving this clan and this particular leader for about 20 years. But still, he doesn't think he's exaggerating if he says that if it weren't for him, the Yang clan wouldn't have been able to grow to such a size. He worked hard for that man for so many years. But it seems that everything points to this, that all his work was in vain, and the Yang clan has lost its past ideals. When the head of the guard left, he could hear the bloodhound talking to the leader from the street. He ordered him to make sure that no one from the B family left that place on the appointed day. But the bloodhound calmed him down and said that not only would they not let anyone with the last name B through, but they would also keep every cur they bred at gunpoint. The leader of the guard could not believe how they could be so cruel, and how he had helped it go unnoticed for so long. Although he himself wanted to make the clan the best in the whole wide world, it has now become clear that it would be better if he left himself before he was thrown out. At some point, Zheng felt danger and saw an unidentified object in front of him that was moving very quickly. This was the same person who had eliminated the young master of the Yang clan some time ago. The leader of the guard immediately grabbed the handle of his ball and prepared for battle, as he realized that it looked like their clan was under attack. But instead of fighting, this stranger asked the vice chief if he agreed to leave everything as it was. Immediately, this stranger made an incredibly fast dash, and approaching his target, said that he was interested in whether Zheng wanted to lose his life. Or to be more precise, does he want to lose his precious life protecting a bastard like the Yang clan chief? All the movements that the stranger was now making were simply incredible, and the leader of the guard realized that he had little chance. At one point, this guest said that if the vice leader does not want all his efforts to go to waste, then he should just wait outside. He explained this by saying that now there would be a very important turning point in the life of the vice head of the syndicate, Yang. Of course, this man was incredibly scared when all this was happening, and when he heard such a serious voice behind his back, he was afraid to even turn there. Not even a minute had passed since the doors to the room where the head of the Yang clan and the bloodhound were currently located opened. A guest entered this room where an incredibly important dialogue was currently taking place, and the head of the clan immediately asked him who he was. The stranger immediately replied that he was the son of those whom they wanted to destroy. Surely the clan leader initially couldn't understand what he meant when he said that he was the son of those they wanted to kill. It took him a few seconds to realize that only Beely Dan had a voice like that. And the moment he said that name, the stranger said that it was him. The head of the Yang clan wondered why this guy suddenly decided that he was allowed to behave like this, but what was more interesting was how he got here in the first place. But he was going to kill the Bai clan's young master anyway, so he turned his head slightly and gave the bloodhound the order to kill that bastard right then and there. Let the hound think for a moment and say that if he is paid 5,000 tal, the mission will be completed. The head of the clan felt fear and said that this guy needed to be killed right now, and they had already agreed on this earlier. Then the bloodhound answered him that they had agreed to kill him not in this place, and if he did not want to pay, then he had better do it himself. It was a mistake to think that the bounty hunter would not be obsessed with money, so he told the bloodhound that he would receive his payment, but the target needed to be eliminated as quickly as possible. A smile appeared on the face of this thug, and he realized that now, in a fairly easy way, he could earn an impressive amount. Therefore, while simultaneously taking out his weapon, he said that he wanted to thank this child because thanks to her, he would be able to earn another 5,000 on top. The stranger said that he suspected that the person in front of him was a vagabond, whom the Yang clan called the Bloodhound. The man was delighted by the fact that even children knew his name. He began to move forward very abruptly and quickly, and said that he hoped that Beely himself understood that soon he would simply die, and it would happen very quickly. His movements were very fast, and he moved straight towards the B clan young master's body, and he blocked the strike. Because of this, the energy that was directed at eliminating targets began to spread to the sides and dissipate. It was at this moment that Dan thought that the internal chi that currently occupied his body had barely reached the endurance of 5 years. Then, as this attack was blocked, the bloodhound shouted that he was surprised that this child was so agile. After this phrase, another blow was dealt to the place where the guy was, but he was able to dodge this blow with a sharp movement. The blows continued, and the young master continued to block them. And at some point, he thought that even though his opponent was slower, he still shouldn't forget something. Because if he hadn't calculated the bloodhound's attack in advance, there wouldn't be a wet spot left of him right now. And on top of that, he still hadn't quite gotten used to Beely's body. But the main trump card that Dan had up his sleeve was the experience he gained in his past life, fighting almost every day until he became experienced and mature. And because he had so much combat experience, such fights seemed fun to him, and this time, he also experienced only positive emotions. Moreover, he was even interested in how long it had been since he had last participated in a fight in which his life was at stake. And now he remembered that feeling that he had already managed to forget about because it remained too strong. Namely, the feeling that fighting brings him incredible pleasure, and he really likes doing it. It was a shame that in his past life, after he became the strongest in the world, his life was filled with peaceful days. And now everything will be different. And while thinking about this, Beely made a dash to the side and drew his sword. There was a very quick blow right there, and it even seemed to the enemy that his opponent had disappeared somewhere at that moment. The bloodhound couldn't believe that this had actually happened, and he suddenly began to feel pain all over his body. Moreover, the feeling that his energy had disappeared somewhere was also here, and he felt a slight tingling sensation on his face. This was a fatal blow to him, and Beely Dan knew this blow as the Asura sword art, pursuing the soul, the first stage. This attack was deadly, and of course the bloodhound was not the type of person who could survive something like that. The Yang clan chief who was watching this thought that this was impossible, since he had seen a completely different young master of the B clan before, because the person he knew wouldn't be able to repel even one attack in this situation. Besides all this, the leader also began to feel some strange feeling inside himself and lowered his gaze in order to examine himself. And there he noticed the hole left by the sword strike, and could not remember when Beely Dan had the opportunity to strike it. Immediately, pain overcame him, and he fell to one knee because standing at full height was already quite difficult. Dan, meanwhile, he looked at his victim and waited for the head of the Yang clan to begin begging him for mercy. Right now, this man was only interested in how Beely could learn this so quickly, and to believe that not long ago he lost a fight to an ordinary girl. At the same time, I raised the bloodhound's weapon. He said that the leader would hardly be able to understand anything, even if everything was explained to him very well now. The clan leader immediately became frightened because suspicions began to creep into his head that Dan wanted to arrange everything so that it would look like they had quarreled with the bloodhound. But Lee told him that he would make it look like the bloodhound was going to escape after killing the clan leader. Now this very head realized that he needed to save his life. So he began to beg the executioner to have mercy on him and began to promise a lot. He opened a small chest of drawers containing valuables and said that Dan could sell all of this and earn more than 30,000 tal. But the guy only replied that the man is not in a position to set conditions now, and it seems that he does not understand what position he is in now. The leader still continued to talk about how the guy didn't understand that if he pardoned the head of the clan, he would be able to get everything that was there, and compared to the rest of the riches, this was only the beginning. His voice became more frantic, and he continued to talk about how Dan would get everything he wanted very quickly, and if he killed him, he would get nothing because the jewels could not be found on his own. At the same time, taking steps closer and closer to the clan leader, Danyu said that he heard the leader say earlier that in Jianghu, there are only the strong and the weak. And what he heard was that the strong survive and the weak die in those times when fate comes. When he came as close as possible, he said that it looked like the head of the Yang clan was clearly not on the list of the strong today. Then he swung the weapon that had been in the hands of the bloodhound just a few minutes ago. The blow landed right on the opponent's face, and after just one such blow, he already lost consciousness. The strikes continued one after another until the target was eliminated and Dan was convinced of it. And after everything was finished, he ordered a certain man to come inside. Of course, this man was the head of security who had been standing outside the door all this time and did not know what was going on here. And when he went inside, he was incredibly surprised and even a little scared, all because they were getting to know each other, whom he had met just a few minutes earlier, was now standing next to the corpse of the Yang clan chief and next to the corpse of the bloodhound. Now the patriarch was dead and the head of security did not raise why all this had to be done. It became obvious to him that the person in front of him was most likely not an unknown killer, but the young master Bi Li Dan. At some point, Li Bi congratulated Zheng Yu and said that from that day on, he would become the head of the Yang clan. Quite a significant amount of time has passed since all this happened. And when Dan came to the territory of his clan, when he saw his subordinate there, he was, to put it mildly, surprised. You could see from this guy's face that he was very worried and nervous. His sister said that as soon as the young master left, two sat in that state almost the entire night. Therefore, Dan realized that there was no need to torment him further and began to approach Guan in order to finally calm him down. And when he approached, he noticed that there were tears on this guy's face, and it looked like he was more nervous than expected. Dan even thought about it. It seemed like this mansion was very worried, even though its young master had only been gone for one night. A second later, they sat down at the table, and Li told his interlocutor and everyone around him that he was hungry and that they should eat together now. Then Tao exhaled all the air from his lungs with relief, and overall he felt much better. He raised his hand and said that he wanted to order the most expensive food there was and bring as much of it as possible. Time went on, and they continued to sit inside and chat while the food was being prepared. Literally a few minutes later, the food finally arrived, and it really lived up to its price tag. Tu said that there were rumors that the bloodhound had killed the clan leader and escaped with the wealth, and with a smile on his face, he asked Dan if he had anything to do with it. The smile was still on his face, and he said he was surprised that something like this could happen. And when the subordinate asked again, Dan answered him that he himself had just said that it was the bloodhound that did it. Accordingly, the subordinate had to say that it really couldn't be that Bi Li himself could kill the clan leader, let alone the bloodhound. Then it was probably all just a coincidence. It certainly sounded like pure sarcasm, and Tu was even a little irritated by the fact that Dan didn't see any sarcasm there. After a few more seconds of silence, Guan said that even if he tried very hard, he still couldn't believe such nonsense, and asked his young master what he had managed to do. I understand that it won't be possible to lie any longer. Dan said that long before doing this, he had already told his subordinate that he was going to kill these people. And now when his subordinate had such proof, he was even a little scared that he now knew it. Moreover, he was still interested in how his young master had stolen what the bloodhound had supposedly escaped with. But without listening to the end, Dan said that it was not theft but simply ordinary compensation. All because the leader of their clan gave the order to kill not only Bi Li himself, but also their entire family. He was going to destroy them and then take everything they had. It looked and sounded a little logical, but Tao would certainly disagree. Initially, he wanted to ask the guy how much he took, and then he interrupted himself and said that it didn't matter, and it was better for him not to know this amount. He didn't want to know about it because he remembered very well the proverb, which he lived by for a long time. The less you know, the better you sleep. In fact, Dan respected this saying and thought it was true. But now he slightly didn't understand why Tou didn't want to know about the most interesting thing. The guy managed to take 32,000 taels. If only he had the opportunity to stay there a little longer, he could have earned much more. There was no telling what might happen, and his identity might be exposed, so he didn't take any risks without a good reason. Yu realized who was hiding under the mask. He decided that Dan was a sleeping dragon who was hiding his martial arts skills, and so he swore allegiance to him. Of course, Lee wasn't stupid enough to believe in such an impulsive decision, so he decided to simply use this man, keeping him at a distance. After that, the subordinate had a hunch that Dan might also be responsible for Jigong's murder. He responded positively. Another pause was created because Guan was silent, and his interlocutor was waiting for him to finally say something. But instead, a pause was created, which was suddenly broken by Lee, asking why the subordinate was suddenly sorry, even after everything he had done. Looking at the floor, he noted that even though he was a bastard, he was young and had his whole life ahead of him. Dan immediately responded that this had nothing to do with it, since regardless of whether you were a ground or a star, you had to be responsible for your actions. Moreover, after that, he also decided that it was important to say that he killed that man not because of Guan, but because that day he tried to kill Li Bi. But still, Dan could see very well that Guan was unhappy with this, and he really felt sorry for this man, despite all the bad things he had done. And analyzing all this, Dan realized that his subordinate was still quite soft-hearted, and most likely would never cope. But still, he wanted to at least somehow influence this, and therefore decided to tell Guan Tao something very important. Namely, he said that from now on, he plans to train his subordinate in martial arts. Not the martial art he just thought of, but a real one that would help him accomplish various tasks. Of course, it would be simply impossible to hear something like this without surprise, and so Tu was surprised, and for some time did not know what to say. The trembling in his voice was quite noticeable, and Dan added that he was speaking completely seriously, and there was not even a grain of a joke in it. A smile appeared on the guy's face, and at the same time he became a little nervous, as he understood that now he would have quite a big responsibility. He wanted to ask if it was too late for him to start studying, since he would already be 25 years old this year. Actually, this guy is right when he says this, because it is already too late to learn martial arts. But if he is trained by someone like Dan, then it is a completely different matter. He also advised Guan to think carefully before giving a final answer, because his answer would affect more than just his life. He then asked Tao if he wanted to start learning martial arts under him. It took Guan literally a couple of seconds to think it over and finally come to a decision. His gaze became more stern and clear, and he said that he would very much like to do this. Now it was time for Dan Lee to ask the question that many teachers ask their students before they begin their first training. Guan replied that he made this decision because his young master had changed, and after everything that had happened, he felt that he wanted to do the same. His sincere desire was that he too really wanted to change for the better, just like Dan had done not long ago. Now Lee had one more question he wanted to ask his subordinate, namely why he treated him so well despite the past. Because we shouldn't forget that Dan used to be weak, acted like a real bastard, and didn't inspire confidence. Guan didn't have to think long before he said that this had happened before, and that's why he believed in this reincarnation. But Dan didn't understand what his subordinate was talking about, so he asked what happened then and how it affected. He answered him that he was once a fine man, a young gentleman, and he treated him very well when he was about 15 years old. And at one point, Guan became very ill, and his condition became worse every day. This disease was so strong that Tou often lost consciousness and thought that he was already dying. And at one point, when he came to his senses again and opened his eyes, he saw a very amazing picture in front of him. Namely, in front of him was Dan, who was putting cold bandages on his forehead, and it seemed that he changed them quite often in order for their temperature to remain cold. The subordinate still couldn't forget how excited Dan looked then. No one had ever looked at Tao like that. This man had real empathy and was willing to help anyone. Of course, Lee had never heard of this story before, and this was enough to make him surprised. He understood that he needed to react to this somehow and said that it was stupid. Just think that he still remembers such a trifle. Guan, in turn, answered him that for some people, even such a small thing can become unforgettable. The martial art that Dan planned to teach him was called the 7 Techniques of the South Sea, and now Lee decided to tell him about it. This martial art was quite popular, and even Tiu had heard something about it and was excited by the name itself. He was even more excited at that moment when Dan told him that from that moment on, he was no longer his servant but his closest subordinate. This status was a little higher, and meant that now TU was not obliged to bring various things and follow orders unquestioningly. This moment was truly important for Guan's life, and he decided that he needed to somehow secure this moment. She didn't say anything. He silently got up from the table and for a few seconds just stared into space. And then he got down on one knee and made a small bow and continued to stand like that for some time. Dan didn't understand why he was doing this, but Guan quickly explained everything and said that he heard that people living in Jianghu do this. And they do this while studying martial arts. And in this way, they worship their teachers. This situation managed to bring a smile to the guy's face, and he even said that, in fact, this is exactly how they worship. But in fact, he was thinking that he was not going to take Guan Tao as a disciple. So what he was doing could soon be called training a subordinate. But still, he understood that most likely, if he put in a lot of effort, he could accept his bow as gratitude. Not much time passed, and this small group moved to another building also on the territory of the B clan. Tua left his young master and left him alone with his family. Meanwhile, the father told his son that he never imagined that the Yang clan leader was trying to destroy their family by hiring vagabonds. His son told him that he was far more vindictive than they all thought, and if he hadn't died from the bloodhound, they would have been in big trouble. It was hard to disagree with this, and just at that moment, the meadow was joined by Mother, who said that this was a great success, and that the heavens themselves probably helped them. Meanwhile, Father thought for a bit and said that despite the current situation, they still needed to pay off the debt to the Yang clan. Of course, Dan understood that his father would react this way, and in general he was prepared for such a situation. He was very well aware that his father thought that they owed the entire Yang clan, not Yang Jigang. But still, he told his father that he hoped that he was not too upset about this situation. Such words were very strange coming from Dan's lips, and even her parents were surprised. But after a few seconds, the mother smiled and looked at her son as if she was very proud of his words. The father also smiled faintly and said that it would be better for his son to go and rest a little before they talked some more. Of course, Billy didn't dare to disagree with this, and he simply went outside and had time to think. And while he was here, he thought about his father, and he realized that thoughts about this were now in his head for the first time, even since his past life. Since his past life, he was raised only by his mother from childhood, and he had no father. And the feeling he got after communicating with his father was simply indescribable, and it did not compare to the one he had with his mother. And although it was strange for him, and he was saying something like this for the first time, it seemed like it wasn't as bad as he had originally imagined it to be. The action moved to another place, namely to the barracks, which was located just near the Bai clan training camp. Here now, on a small wooden table that was in the center of the room, one could see a small purple bag. The head of the Bai clan swordsman looked at this bag and then turned his gaze to Dan to ask what it was. He replied that he had 3,000 tals in front of him, which he had managed to accumulate, and he would like to give it to the swordsman. Of course, the first question the swordsman asked was how B. Lee had managed to save so much. He replied that he had been saving it up in the hopes that he would need it after the wedding. It was part of the 32,000 he got from Yang Ji. Of course, he's not stupid enough to give him everything at once, so he gives him part of it so as not to be suspicious. Besides this, the troop commander had another question, namely, he was interested in why he needed this money at all. Dan asked him to use them to bring the swordsman squad into order, and to increase their monthly salary, finding the missing personnel if there is any. After the commander heard this, his gaze became more serious, and he asked the young master if he really thought that they were all staying here just for the money. Of course, Dan admitted that he knew that this was not the case, but also felt it necessary to add that they could not allow their family members to suffer due to lack of money. This sentence was quite wise, and the swordsman commander couldn't believe that it came from Billy's mouth. Instead of simply agreeing, he said that in that case, he would give the money to the head of the family, and Dan interrupted him and said that he did not think that the commander would take the money if his father offered it to him. In fact, this was true, and the commander fell silent for a few seconds when he realized that Dan could see right through him. From what Lee understands, Tien Ha Jin is an incredibly loyal person who can often be relied upon and asked for advice. And even if the father gives him money, then as long as he is confident in his own strength, he will always refuse his father's money. They say that first he must pay off the debt. Dan chose very good words and told the commander that he and the entire detachment of swordsmen are the real support for their family. Because if a detachment of swordsmen goes, then they will also fall. But the commander did not agree with this and said that the support for the whole family is not them, but the head. This phrase was like an indicator that made Billy understand that he was able to find a very worthy person here after all. For this reason, he admitted that his interlocutor was right and asked if he thought that the detachment of swordsmen was helping the leader become this most reliable support. And so, if the commander of the swordsmen wants to do this for the sake of their leader and the good of the clan, then he must take this money. He nodded his head and said that he would accept these funds and promised that he would use them only for the purpose of improving the squad. At that very moment, Dan bowed and with a smile on his face said that he thanked the squad leader for making a wise decision. The man just looked away with suspicion, but it seemed that in fact there was not this emotion in those eyes. When Billy was about to leave, this man suddenly stopped him, as he still had something to say. The atmosphere was as if he wanted to tell him some secret, or a secret of a clan that was previously unknown. But in reality, this stop was only for the commander to thank Billy Dan for everything he does. Gratitude very easily brings a smile to the face, and Dan was no exception in this situation. As he left, he thought that, unlike his subordinate, there was no need to say much here either. He himself would show him the results of his work over time. Thus, literally a few days passed, and the changes that had taken place were now more obvious. After this period of time, loud metal clanging sounds coming from swords could be heard right at the training camp. The commander of this detachment was incredibly experienced, and thanks to his skills, he could easily train people and manage the army. Recently, the atmosphere in the swordsman squad has become much more pleasant, or rather, the atmosphere in the entire family has revived. Dan was sure that it was because he, who usually did all sorts of nonsense, suddenly changed. As rumors spread that he had paid off the swordsmen's salaries, people began to talk differently behind his back. Besides that, I also had to miss the fact that an announcement was made about recruiting new members, and for the first time in a long time, the atmosphere in the Yai family became more lively. However, there was still a rather important problem, namely the problem in Li Dan's internal chi. Except for the time he spent with us, he devoted all his time to perfecting the art of heavenly martial circulation and consciousness, with which one can accumulate internal chi energy 3 times faster than with ordinary training. But even despite this, he managed to accumulate only a grain of energy. Therefore, it was necessary to think about another way out, and Dan realized that there was only one way out of this situation. If he wants to increase the speed of energy accumulation, he needs to clear his thoughts and control vessel. And for this, he needs to use the ancient elixir. Now he has about 29,000 tal left over from all those transactions. He wondered if this would be enough to buy the elixir, which would greatly change the situation for the better. And so a rather interesting decision was made, and literally a couple of days later, the guy headed to the black market branch in Jinan. In the house that Dan entered, there was an old man who asked him if he had come here to buy the elixir. And of course, the guy confessed because in fact this was his true goal that he was pursuing. The seller, who was quite a wise old man, asked the guy what kind of elixir he needed, in tablets or just herbs. The client answered him that it made no difference to him at all, and the most important thing was that the effect was absolutely complete. Now the sage thought for a moment, as he had to go through several options in his head at once and choose the most optimal one. There is a saying in Jianghu, things that are not on the black market are things that cannot be found. So if I can't help him here, then even with the money, he will be forced to wait for some time. Grandfather said that his guest was incredibly lucky because he had not had a single elixir like this for 6 months. But literally 2 days ago, they received something similar. Namely, the product he was now talking about was called 1,000-year-old grass, and the effect it gave was the stuff of real legends. Dan knew well about this artifact and understood how valuable it was and how much people often paid for it. Millennium herb is the herb that is said to provide chi energy for 10 or 15 years ahead. In those days, even the most common elixirs are quite rare, and to get something like that in your hands, it's incredible luck. Grandfather, meanwhile, said that he would sell it for 44,000 tael. After doing a little math in his head, Dan realized he needed about another 15,000 to close the deal. Moreover, the seller also added that this might be the last chance to buy it, because getting any elixir is incredibly difficult. Standing up from the table at the same time, Dan said that he didn't take enough money with him, so he would come back next time to make a deal. At the last moment, the grandfather asked why he wanted to buy the elixir, and he replied that he was doing it in order to become stronger. The questions continued, and B. Lee had to answer that he had recently realized how terribly he had behaved towards his parents, and so now he was ready to do anything to make amends and show respect to them. Initially, the man who sold all these elixirs did not know what to answer to something like this, since he was hearing such a formulation for the first time in his life. A second later, he laughed hysterically and then asked for forgiveness, as this was the most absurd thing he had ever heard in all his years of doing business. Even though Dan knew the answer in advance, he still decided to ask his grandfather why he thought so. And he answered him that of all the residents who tried to buy the elixir, he did not meet a single one who behaved with dignity. It made him think, and Billy actually went into a flashback as he understood what the salesman was talking about. Because in fact, in the past, the guy himself was like that and was obsessed with becoming stronger. And when you are in this flow, you absolutely don't care about the people around you. And when he became the strongest in the whole world, he hoped to make up for lost time and show respect to his mother. All he wanted after many years of training was to come to his mother and tell her about what he had achieved, while simultaneously showing off his achievements. But at the moment when he had the time and opportunity to do this, it seems that fate played a cruel joke. It was already too late, and Tien He was so busy with training and wars that he didn't even know that his mother had died, and he didn't even attend the funeral. But already being in a new body, he said that he was sorry, and apparently he missed the opportunity to become a good son. The seller listened to him very patiently and then said that he would wait for 10 days, but not a second more. Because if he manages to collect the required amount during this time, the elixir will be his. He is a man who believes that every elixir has its rightful owner. So now the task was for Dan to prove to him that he should get it, and no one else. The action shifted again, and now Lee had a new task before him, which he found quite problematic. By that time, 3 days had already passed, and despite the fact that time was passing, he still could not earn anything. If he had now raised all the money that the syndicate leader Jan owed him, then perhaps he would have been able to collect 15,000 and calmly buy that elixir. But in this case, he will no longer be able to return their relationship to that stage, since the person will think of him as a leech that has sucked on and is trying to squeeze out all the money. Despite all this, Dan still had plans for the Yang clan, and so he couldn't act so rashly now. Suddenly, a subordinate of the young master appeared behind him and said that he seemed to be worried about something lately. I don't feel any danger. Lee thought that this guy's brain worked almost like Galsar Yan's. But everything changed the moment Guan suggested that it seemed like Li Dan just wanted to meet Lady Song again. Moreover, he also added that he knew very well what the young master was feeling now, and there was no need to be ashamed of it. They talked for a while, and in the subsequent actions they brought the Murim to the Alliance, and specifically to the Khufu branch. One man came to this place, and he looked as if the case he wanted to close here was really very important to him, and he had been walking here for a long time. In fact, this man was Dan, who spent thousands of tal to make this disguise, and he hoped that he would not be recognized. He had a clear plan, and it had to be implemented at any cost, otherwise the task would not justify the goal. But moving back a bit, one could see Dan asking his subordinate if they really had to borrow 20,000 taels from the Yang clan. Not because he wanted to use the money to catch a criminal, but because he took Li Bi hostage. This was indeed the case, and Guan added, among other things, that because of this bastard, they did not lose very much money. This situation only reminded Dan once again that he lives in the body of a real moral degenerate. Tao, meanwhile, said that if the alliance leader Murim Khufu, the great warrior Gong with whom he spent a lot of time, had not intervened, then there would not have been a wet spot left of him. It was very hard to believe that the Murim alliance leader Khufu would bother with such a brat, and this was actually a real problem for him. The subordinate also added that the head of the family gave 15,000 talas to Guo Du Shu and 5,000 to the great warrior Gong for this. Things got even stranger when the guy realized that the alliance leader Murim seemed to be taking bribes. Tu continued, saying that in any case, this was the final blow to their family's finances, and Dan was wondering if Guo Du Shu was caught in the end. He replied that he had not heard any information about this, and in general, probably no one knows anything about it. All this made Li Bi think, and it seemed that he was ready to translate these thoughts into actions. And again, moving to the place where the uninvited guest was, one could see how the guard asked him if he was looking for someone. The guest answered that he wanted to meet with the head of this branch. This request was quite confident, so the guard should have asked this very man where he came from. Without thinking about it for a second, the man replied that he came here from the Heavenly Blade sect, and from his gaze, it was clear that he was speaking completely seriously. The guard immediately began to panic when he heard these words, and for several seconds did not know what to do. But after thinking for a moment, he would turn to the gate and say that this guest only needs to wait a few seconds. That person at the time thought that at the moment, the Heavenly Blade sect was one of the 5 powers of the Central Plains, which currently consisted of the 5 strongest sects from all of Jianghu. If it weren't for Tien, they would most likely be fighting among themselves for leadership. And thanks to that, he knew all their sects like the back of his hand. And at the moment, the best fit for his business is the Heavenly Blade sect, and the reason for this is as simple as possible. Ma Feiji, the leader of this sect, had a lot of problems because he had accumulated more than 10 women and countless descendants throughout his life, which even he could not distinguish. For this reason, when the guard heard where Bi came from, he immediately let him through and opened the gate for him. Passing through these gates, the hero thought that the security here was worthless, since he was let in without even checking his identity, but only because he was wearing expensive clothes. Perhaps the reason he was allowed in was because he said he was from the Heavenly Blade sect. And if he was a mercenary who came for the head of the branch leader, he would already be dead. It was necessary to walk a short distance to get to the main building and go to the correct room. There was a smiling man there who greeted his guest and asked if he really came from the Heavenly Blade sect. He replied that the information he had just heard was completely true, and that it was indeed so. Then the man asked how he could address him, and the smile never left his face at that moment. The guest maintained a mysterious look and expression, and said that his name was Ma Ying-chun, and his uncle was the current head of the sect. Then the man in the green robe said that he had heard about this guest, and it was truly an honor for him to meet him. It was strange that the leader said that he had heard of him, since although a person with such a name really does exist, he leads the life of a hermit, so few people have heard of him. The hospitable man said that Ma Ying could come forward and sit at the table so that they could talk about business. As soon as they sat down, the man immediately poured tea, and the guest said that he came here because he had something to tell. Namely, he immediately said that their family was currently pursuing one person, and when they began to dig deeper, they found out that he was holding someone hostage in this place. And Ma Ying heard that at that moment, the leader of this place was the only one who intervened in the situation. The man's face was noticeably surprised, as it was obvious that he did not know that anyone knew about this information. But still, he knew that he had to keep a smile, and putting it on his face, he asked the guest if he meant Guo Du Shu. And of course, he was interested in why the great warrior Ma was looking for this man. Ma Ying, without thinking twice, replied that this man had one sin, so they sent all the warriors of their family to look for him. It was simply impossible to keep a smile on his face, and so the leader of this place simply began to look at the floor with a surprised face. Analyzing the situation, Ma Ying realized that judging from the expression on this man's face, he and Guo Du Shu clearly had something in common. The man asked what this Guo Shu dared to do against the Heavenly Blade sect. The hero had to answer that it was classified information, and he could not talk about it. But it wouldn't hurt to hint a little, and he said that it was so important that even the highest-ranking people in their family didn't stay away. That's why he came to the leader in such a hurry, and without notice. And since their family took on this matter, it means that the capture of this bastard will not be long in coming. And his plan, in his own words, was that he would like to tell the leader openly that he wanted to catch Guo Du Shu before everyone else and show everyone what he was capable of. This plan was cunning, and the leader of this place began to panic even more when he realized what they would tell him next. Warrior Ma asked if the leader was interested in the house, getting promoted, and moving up the career ladder. The man was surprised, but still couldn't answer because he only had a small amount of information. Ma took the initiative of the dialogue completely into his own hands and told his interlocutor that if he offered him his helping hand, then he would help him in return. He said this because he knew that many Murim branch leaders dream of being promoted to headquarters leader. And just from the thought that the Heavenly Blade sect would help them, he could change his mind and accept this offer. The leader asked if the Heavenly Blade section member was really telling the truth now, and if this whole situation was not a fabrication. He replied that, in addition to this, it would be nice if among the chiefs of staff there appeared someone on whom he could rely, and he swore on the name of his clan. However, before this happens, it goes without saying that the man will have to fulfill his part of the agreement as quickly as he can. He began to catch on to this interlocutor more and more, and to say that in his place, he would not have delayed with the answer and would have thought much faster. But he didn't answer because he was scared, and didn't yet fully believe all these words. Ma realized that he needed to press even harder, so he got up from the table and pretended that he was going to leave, while saying that he would wait for the leader's answer. But when he approached the door, the man asked him to wait just a little bit, and of course this phrase made the warrior stop. With a trembling voice, the leader said that the Heavenly Blade clan member only needed to wait for a little while, and that he thought he could help the great warrior. He ran away and started rummaging through some documents that were obviously supposed to help Ma Ying-chun. In just a few seconds, there was a document on the table, looking at which Ma asked if it really depicted Guo Du Shu. Of course, he replied that this was exactly the case, and he also looked for it and was even able to dig up its location. This information was the most interesting to Ma, and for this reason he asked where the target was, and ideally asked for a very precise location. The man replied that Guo Dushu was almost certainly in Jinan right now. This guy is the type who's even willing to sell his own child just to play, so he should probably start his search from the gambling dens in Jinan. While taking the package with this image, Ma replied that if he caught the object, he would help the leader become the deputy captain of the Muram Alliance headquarters. These words were incredibly pleasant for this man, as it seemed that he had been dreaming about this for a long time, but could not get any closer to achieving his goal. He stood up from the table and bowed, saying that with all his heart he would root for the great warrior Ma. As he stood up from the table, Ma Ying-chun also said that everything they discussed within these walls must remain a secret, because he could not allow other sect members to catch the target before him. There was no doubt about it, and the man agreed to these conditions. When he was almost point-blank approaching the doors, he asked the leader what the reward for this goal was now. Expecting this question to be asked one day, the man replied that the fence was 5,000 tal. Then Ma pretended that he didn't hear, and said that 20,000 taels for such a purpose is a pretty good price. Initially, the leader did not understand the meaning of this phrase, and said that in fact the reward was 5,000 and not 20000. Ma only had to turn her head a little to the side before his face could be seen from this angle. Just one glance, and not even into the eyes, was enough for the man to think and feel a slight fright. Having bowed, he said that he was most likely mistaken, and probably the reward really was 20,000 tal. Ma ordered to take the money in 3 days and head to Jinan. In a serious voice, he said that as soon as he cut off his head, he was going to return back to his family. This was the last phrase he said in the context of that dialogue, and he only emphasized everything, adding that they would see each other in 3 days. Undoubtedly, the subsequent actions took place exactly 3 days later in a small forest near the mountains in Jinan. Now this forest was very dense and cast a shadow on everyone who passed below. A man was walking through this forest at that very moment, wearing a special hat on his head to keep the sun out of his eyes, and he was holding the hilt of his sword. He was exhausted because the road was incredibly long, but when he reached the place, he stopped to take a closer look. In the distance, he saw a guy sitting on a rock, and next to him lay some small and round object. It turned out that this person, who seemed familiar to the leader, was Ma Ying-chun. But for some reason, this man was afraid, and the reason was far from the great warrior Ma. The reason was that the item lying next to him was none other than Guo Dushu. And looking at this object, the man became frightened, and Ma, noticing this, asked why he was so surprised, since this was exactly what was to be expected. At home, I had to answer that he was 100% right, and with a smile I began to come closer and closer, when suddenly I heard a question about where the money was. He handed him a small bag, saying that it contained the 20,000 taels they had spoken of. And after he handed over the bag, he congratulated the guy on the fact that he had managed to catch this bastard on his own. In response to these words, he only asked the man if he really didn't need to double-check the amount of money in the bag. He told him that he had already double-checked everything, and Ma Ying smiled and said that he did not expect a different approach from such a person. Moreover, he added a follow-up phrase and asked if the man was ready for a promotion. Of course, this only brought a smile to his face, and he thanked his interlocutor, who in the meantime said that before his death, Guo Dushu said that he knew the leader. Specifically, he said that they worked together to rob the B family. The leader understood that he had to answer quickly, so even though his voice was shaking, he still said that this did not happen, and that he probably changed his clothes before he died. But in reality, at that time he was only thinking that this guy should have kept his mouth shut, since it was already clear that he was going to die. Ma asked the leader not to worry, as he sympathizes with realists because only such people can do bold things. His gaze became more piercing, and this slightly frightened his interlocutor, who did not yet understand what to do next. His voice gave him away even more, and he thanked Ma for her understanding. But still, great warrior Ying-chun said that he was very interested and he would like to know why the leader did this. Analyzing the situation, the leader thought that Guo Dushu should have just died quietly, but he went and blabbed everything. And in the end, he realized that if he continued to pretend that he didn't know anything, he would only lose Ma's trust. So he said that that kid named Beely Dan, whom they robbed, was a complete bastard who didn't deserve anything. And that is why they decided to teach him a lesson, and the two of them united to ensure victory. Warrior Ma laughed when he heard this, and said that he now understood what was going on. The leader was able to easily relax when he heard this laughter, and when he heard that it answered all the questions that Ma Ying-chun wanted to ask. But the situation became worse when for some reason Ma grabbed the edge of his face with his left hand. The leader did not react to this in any way, as he believed that behaving like an obedient blockhead would be the best solution now. But suddenly, with just one movement of his hand, Ma Ying-chun transformed from a great warrior into the son of the head of the B clan. For a few seconds, the man thought that perhaps he had overheated in the sun and was now imagining things. It only got worse when he realized that in front of him was none other than Beely Dan, who was also smiling. He asked him how it happened, and he only answered that he thought it would be enough to just beat him up, since he wanted to buy him a lesson. But taking the money was unnecessary. At that moment, the man glanced at the money bag that was already on Beely's waist and realized that it looked like he was using a disguise to look like a member of Heavenly Blade. Immediately, he was completely enveloped in rage, and he began to order the guy to return his money right now. He just smiled and said that this money was not his, but that this was the same amount and the same money that he stole from their family so long ago. The man, of course, did not want to listen to all this, and he quickly pulled out his sword from its sheath and prepared to eliminate this annoying Bi Li with one blow. But at the moment when he touched the handle of his ball, he saw some bright flash in front of him and movement in his direction. But all this happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to understand that it was an incredibly fast dash from his opponent. During this dash, Bi Li thrust his sword forward and thus dealt a rather serious blow to the enemy's neck. A small stream of blood gushed to the side, and the leader's body slowly began to move towards the earth. Li Dan's face was focused, as he knew that if he made a mistake during this dash, he would most likely pay for it with his life. With his back, he felt that his opponent had stopped breathing and was bending towards the ground. Before his death, he made some sounds, among which no word could be made out, since a lot of blood had entered his respiratory tract. As Li Dan walked away, he only thought that a person like him couldn't possibly be the leader of the Murim Alliance branch, because he was chosen to protect the people in Jianghu and not to do things like rob. Now the job was done, and it was possible to walk away with a clear conscience and bring the work started to completion. Those two lifeless bodies were still lying on that rock, and whoever found them would obviously come up with an interesting story about how this could have happened. Immediately after he received the money, Bi Li headed to the place where he had recently had a conversation with the seller. As soon as he entered, he threw down a bag of money and said that it contained exactly the entire amount for the 1,000-year-old herb that they had discussed. The seller smiled and said that he didn't know why, but from the very beginning, he was almost sure that this guy would still be able to get the money. In fact, even Bi himself did not expect this, especially that he would be able to meet the specified deadline. The seller took the money and started to walk away, and at the same time said that he would now bring the elixir, since he can only demonstrate the product after he sees that the buyer has money. While the seller went to the side to pick up the goods, Bi Li remained sitting at the table, and all he could do was think. He was thinking about the sum of 44,000 tal, the sum on which an ordinary person could live his whole life without any worries. Perhaps even his children could live happily. Perhaps a person who does not live in Jianghu will not understand why one should exchange a carefree life just to increase one's internal qi. But a person who has lived his whole life here understands perfectly well that this is not a purchase of a potion. It's buying 15 years of hard work, and it's really not that much money to save that much time. When the guy opened the box that the seller brought, his eyes were very surprised by what he saw there. The 1,000-year-old herb he had been thinking about all this time could hardly be confused with anything else. She was really in great condition and looked just like she was depicted in fantasy books about different potions. The seller said that Bi Li was actually incredibly lucky to have managed to buy such a valuable artifact at such a low price. Closing the box, he replied that it was all thanks to the seller giving him a little time, and thus he went to meet him halfway. He thanked the seller, and that was the end of their dialogue, and their paths were forced to diverge again. The task was completed, and now Bi Li had one very big task less. As he was leaving, the seller said that from the very beginning, when Bi Li came to him, he understood that the elixir would still find its owner. To get the maximum effect, this 1,000-year-old herb had to be consumed as quickly as possible, so that the largest amount of energy is converted into internal qi. Accordingly, Bi Li decided to move to the cave where he would perform this precious rite. When he was here, he only looked at the thing for which he had done so much, and for which even someone had died. 1,000-year-old herb. If an ordinary person takes this elixir, he will live a very long life without a single disease. And if a resident of Jianghu accepts it, his internal qi energy will increase by about 15 years, and he will instantly become stronger. In most cases, people can only increase it by 10 years. But with Tien's skills and knowledge, he will be able to squeeze the maximum out of the 1,000-year-old grass. It was possible to begin, since this elixir does not require any preparation, and it can be consumed almost immediately. As soon as this happened, very strange processes immediately began to occur inside Billy Dan's body. Initially, he began to feel some kind of internal pain that grew into the tour, which spread only through the skin. It was necessary to achieve maximum concentration in order not to miss a single direction of qi, and so that it would not go into the air. Billy knew very well what to do in this situation and how to behave, so the pain he felt was so great for me. But still, if he relaxed for even 1 second, he would very quickly realize what it is like when energy does not flow through arteries and veins. Suddenly his body began to glow, and he felt harmony within his body and an expansion of possibilities. All this took place in that very cave, which was actually located a short distance from the store. If you approach this cave, you could even hear the sound of the energy that emanated from the 1,000-year-old grass. And if you get even closer, you can see the glow that Billy Dan's body emitted. After almost all the energy had been absorbed, the guy suddenly felt an incredible lightness. Now he could open his eyes, and it was at this moment that Billy felt the most fundamental changes that had occurred to his body and energy. But it quickly became clear that the process of obtaining energy from the 1,000-year-old grass does not end there. It turned out that before feeding all the energy, the body must still produce several mutations within itself. Under normal conditions, such mutations are absolutely impossible and would rather lead to the death of a person than to a different outcome. But since the 1,000-year-old herb was a legendary artifact, it could carry out these mutations in the human body without causing much harm to it. All this works only if the person who decides to use this 1,000-year-old herb is prepared. And this was exactly the case. Video Billy at that moment knew very well how it works and what needs to be done in order not to die in that cave. When the energy once again passed a full circle through his body, a very bright flash could again be seen from the cave. This flash spread everywhere, and even the walls of the cave reflected its rays. After this, a small wind was created, which began to scatter small stones along the cave and flutter the hero's hair. Well, literally after a few seconds, it all stopped, and that was the final stage of use. Billy's gaze was focused on the task at hand, and he understood that the action he had been waiting for so long had finally happened. Right after it was all over, he looked at his hand and tried to move it. It wasn't a particularly difficult action, after which he clenched his fist and realized that inside his body there was now a strength that he hadn't felt for so long. The next thing he did was take his weapon that was lying nearby and thought that maybe he should try out the powers he had received. For this reason, he slowly began to leave the cave, and in the meantime, he thought about what techniques he should use to evaluate his power. Because now, with this chi energy, he has a total of 20 years of energy. At that moment, when he was already outside the cave, he suddenly took out his weapon and made a selection with a swing forward. 1. This simple technique created such a large flow of energy that if someone saw it from the outside, they would immediately start running in the opposite direction. When this happened, the guy realized that his chi throw had become several times stronger than it had been a few minutes ago. And it didn't end there. His energy flow was much more natural, and so were his martial arts skills. He then continued to strike and test how much energy he could now produce during an attack. And the result was able to amaze him, since in order to reach such a level in a past life, he needed to make a much greater effort. Everything he saw with his own eyes now was the result of him gaining 15 years of chi energy. At the end, he squatted deeply in order to push off the ground as hard as possible and test how high his jump had become. A second later, when he pushed off, his body began to move upward at a very high speed, and for some time did not even lose speed. The feeling of free flight was new to Billy, despite the fact that Tien had also been able to do this at one time. He moved his body slightly to the side, and thus landed on one of the branches of a tree that stood nearby. Just a little effort was enough to throw his body to a very impressive height and land on a small branch. Now he wondered when was the last time he had had this much fun, for it had truly been a long time ago. He hoped that this time he would still be able to follow the path without blood and battles, as it was in his past life. Accordingly, he hoped that at the end of the road he would be able to get what he wanted without killing countless people. Now that the mission could be considered complete, he decided to return to the Bai clan's territory. And as soon as he opened the gate, he immediately heard a very familiar scream, which was half frightened and half aggressive. It was Tu, who looked at his young master with surprised eyes and asked where he had been all this time and if something bad had happened. All this time, no one had contacted him, and because of this, Guan even thought that he had lost a couple of years of his life. due to the large amount of stress he had experienced. Looking at his subordinate, the guy only thought that judging by his appearance, he really couldn't sleep normally at night because he was worried. He stepped forward and said that there was no need to worry about him, as he could take care of himself. But the subordinate did not agree with this, since he understood that it was his direct responsibility to help the young master, and when he was not at hand, this task was impossible. He started following Bi and asking what had happened and whether he had managed to catch that man. The hero replied that he always repays his debts. Tu was trying to put the puzzle together in his head, or he had to stop, which of course caught Bi's attention. He asked if Tiu had been practicing the mental art he had shown him, and asked him to demonstrate what he had been able to achieve during that time. Looking away to the lower left corner, the guy said that he had been very worried about something lately, and because of this, his training had been poor. But still, Billy Dan wanted to see what his subordinate had learned, so he said that he could just show it to him. They moved to the training yard, and when Guan sat on the floor, some kind of steam began to come out of his body, which was evaporated energy. His teacher watched this process very closely and understood that the initial process was quite successful. He placed his hand on Guan's back, and at first he didn't understand why this was done at all. It was easy to think in this situation, and so he thought that the student he had taken on would likely achieve very great results. Because initially he said that he did almost nothing during training, but in fact, he tried very hard and was able to achieve good results. Therefore, when Tu completely came to his senses, the teacher praised him and called him a good boy for trying so hard. When Guan heard this, he was incredibly happy, since he had not heard such words in general for a very long time. Moreover, he also explained that this was the first time he received a compliment from Bi since he started studying martial arts. The hero simply replied that there was no need to pay so much attention to the little things, but rather to focus on those areas where you were not praised. The phrase, as well as the overall theme of this dialogue, made the guy move a little back to the times when everyone still addressed him as the leader of the alliance. Baek Pyo was a court warrior and a man who led the guards and maintained security in every possible way. He was the kind of person who rejoiced even at the first snow and was exactly the same sentimental person as Tu. Although, if you think about it, all the people who surrounded Tien Ha before had this trait in them, and it was surprising in its own way. This was all because Ha Jin himself did not have this character trait, and it was incredibly difficult to make him happy. As he rummaged through his memories, Guan said that he noticed that something had changed in the young master since their last meeting. The guy realized that his subordinate was very observant. Just think, he noticed the changes in his chi after he cleared the chi paths and control arteries. Or maybe it's because he spends so much time around him. In any case, he decided to ask directly what had changed. He told him that he was not 100% sure yet, but it seemed that Bi had become calmer, despite the fact that before this he had not been unstable. Hearing this sentence, Dan realized that it seemed that Guan was indeed very piercing, and even though he had little training, he was still able to notice it. Suddenly, the young guy says that it seems he understood everything, and the young gentleman found himself a girl. Hearing this was a bit strange, and Bi just smiled and asked Guan what he meant when he said that. The subordinates in turn thought that he had hit the nail on the head and became confident that it looked like Bi had found the girl he loved. But suddenly he ordered him to stop talking nonsense because now he would teach him some movement, so he better carry the blade that was given to him. This was able to bring a smile to the subordinate's face again, as he had been thinking about holding another training session like this for a long time. They all moved to the training ground, where the training was now supposed to take place. I watched all the guys' movements very closely and noticed that for a beginner, they were quite high quality. Even though his stance was unsteady, the sword still felt like a glove in his hands. Of course, he had many mistakes with how to stand correctly and how to turn his body towards the enemy or danger. But these are all little things that can be corrected very quickly and can be taught very quickly. And Guan was one of those people who are very good at listening and unquestioningly followed the instructions that come to them. Thanks to this approach, he did very well, and Dan, as his teacher, was happy about it. You could see in Guan Tu's eyes that he was truly focused on the task at hand and was not thinking about anything else except how to perform the exercise correctly. They trained in this way for quite a long time until Tu's movements became more refined. Thus several days passed, and on one of those days Bi was in his house. He was sitting in a special place, meditating, and just then diagnosing the amount of qi that was currently in his body. To do this well, you need to focus very well and ignore everything that is happening around you. But suddenly, circumstances arose that prevented this, as Tu began to shout very loudly that an incredible disaster had happened. When he ran into this room, he informed his young master that the head of the Muram alliance had died. Finally, the day came, and Billy simply exhaled the air from his lungs and prepared himself for a real dialogue with the guy. The subordinate clearly expected me to react like this, and the fact that the young master didn't react at all now made him a little wary. Therefore, he said in a historical voice that now everything in Jianghu will be turned upside down, and now everyone is in an uproar because of this news. When Dan asked what this meant, the guy didn't really understand what kind of reaction this was. Smiling, Billy asked Guan if it would have been easier for him if he had just burst into tears when he heard this. But in reality, Tiu was expecting at least the usual surprise. But in reality, no surprise could be seen on Dan's face now, mainly because he was prepared for this. Surprise was now only on Tu's face, and it seemed that it was not so much because of the news, but because of the young master's reaction to this very news. Now the guy just looked out the window, and looking there, he again plunged into Tien He's life, or rather, at the moment when it ended. His subordinate cannot even imagine how surprised he was by this news. But he couldn't even imagine that his death would be exactly like this. Meanwhile, Guan Tao shared his opinion and said that he had always wondered what the leader of the Muram alliance was like. Dan replied that he himself was interested, and he also does not know what kind of character he had, and he only knows about the known events associated with this character. The subordinate said he thought the chief would be disappointed. He meant if he knew that he had died during his tenure as chief. From this moment on, Billy became curious and asked Tu what he meant when he said that. He replied that the head of Muram died while he was occupying the happiest position in the world, and if Tao were in his place, he would not be able to allow himself to die since it was somehow unfair. This made the guy think because in these words, despite the fact that Guan did not know the actual situation, there was some truth. Basically, the hero was confused by the word happily because it was quite difficult to describe his life with such a word. It was not clear whether he was happy. Everyone around him was afraid of him and considered him an irreplaceable being who needed to be listened to. Because of this, even the closest people who served him often disappeared and were not those same friends. They were the only people who could be trusted and who trusted him. He had everything that an ordinary person could dream of, but he didn't have the ordinary emotions that even a poor person experiences. Besides this, he had devoted companions who were ready to give their lives for him and for his deeds. But between them there was always some invisible wall that separated them in any situation. Even with his advisor named Galsar Yan, he never had a heart-to-heart talk until his death. No one could tell him the truth, and most likely because of this, he was unable to experience true happiness. It was for this reason that he was incredibly lonely, and because of this he suffered. But now the situation was completely different because of the people who surrounded Billy in this life. Suddenly, while he was thinking, his subordinate offered him a little drink, which confused him. He explained the topic, that Chief Zhang Hu had just died, and so they should drink in order to pay their respects to this man. Now when the guy heard this, he had mixed feelings, since after all, it's not every day that you drink to express your respect to yourself. But also, along with this phrase, the realization came to him that at least in this life, he was able to achieve what he had not managed to do in the last one. So he said he would go out and have a drink to celebrate Tao becoming Zhang Hu's man. So he would have to pay for the drinks for both of them. After thinking for a bit, the subordinate said that since the young master said so, it meant he had no other choice. A few seconds later, he shouted that the drinks were on him this time, and the intonation of this phrase made Billy Dan laugh a little. Not much time passed from that moment, as the action moved to the headquarters of the leader of the Shining Moon Group. In this building, in addition to the head himself, there was also his advisor, who was now looking out the window. He looked there not to see anything, but to quietly think. He thought that he still could not believe what had happened on the last day. Namely, the news that the alliance leader had died after all. Because of it, the advisor could not come to his senses and was in permanent shock. Suddenly, a voice from behind said that they could no longer afford to delay the election of the next leader. The advisor immediately turned his head to look at the source of this voice, and of course quickly realized who it was. This man was the leader of the Shining Moon Group, named Zhuo Tailong. The advisor could not even imagine that the one who had sworn allegiance to the leader during his lifetime would put himself forward as a candidate without even discussing it with the advisor. Moreover, this man did this with the support of all 10 great organizations that comprised the Muram Alliance Corps. He had been preparing this for a long time, because even the Council of Elders was already on his side. Of course, the advisor didn't have many options to think about what happened, and he decided that most likely the leader was killed. At one point, Zhuo said that he understood the advisor's feelings, but it was time for them, like the Murim alliance, to resume their normal activities. Therefore, the decision could not be delayed any longer. The advisor said he would think about it and promised that it would take less time than he had said before. But it soon became obvious that for the leader of the Shining Moon group, this development of events was not particularly interesting. So he put his empty cup of tea on the table and prepared to say the following. He told the advisor that if he continued to delay the answer, they would simply make the decision without him, and thus begin the elections. Of course, the advisor understood that he had nothing to say about this now, and the leader of the group meanwhile began to leave the room. And when the leader had completely left, he left the advisor alone with himself and his thoughts. All that was left for him now was to sigh heavily and continue to think and ponder the next choices. After a few seconds, he realized that Zhuo Ti was actually right about something after all. Compared to those on his side, his opinion had absolutely no weight. And of course, the situation that has now developed is not particularly advantageous. And all this prompted the advisor to do only one thing. Namely, all he could think about was that the alliance leader shouldn't have abandoned them all. While this room was filled with thoughts, the action moved to the city, namely to one of the small taverns. There were a lot of people here, as a large number of people came to have a tasty meal and discuss the latest news. Among all these people, there was also Billy Dan, who was sipping tea and at the same time absorbing the information that was flying around him. Suddenly he heard someone say that he didn't know what he was like as the leader of the alliance, but it was a fact that Tien was an undisputed, magnificent warrior. This man who said such words also said that everyone around and most likely knows about the battle between him and the demon of battles. The man he was talking to added that there were legends about this battle, but the man replied that unfortunately, most of them were complete nonsense. Of course, the interlocutor was interested in where he knew all this from, and the best option was to simply ask directly. The man who was spreading all these rumors, with a completely serious face, said that he knew all this because he was there. Naturally, this wording brought a smile to Billy Dan's face, and with that smile on his face, he took another sip of tea. And in the meantime, he remembered that this old man seemed to really like to lie, since in that battle then, no one survived. That old man, meanwhile, continued and talked about the fact that the battle demon is an incredibly terrible warrior. He was 2.7 m tall, and his fists were no smaller than the head of an adult. It seemed as if he was born to fight. Listening to all these words, Dan tried to remember what his opponent looked like during that battle. And without much effort, he remembered that when he first saw him, he was very surprised because he turned out to be 1.5 meters tall, and he could not boast of a good physique. With such a plain appearance, he was completely unsuited for battle, but not everything that man said was a lie. Because in fact, he really was incredibly strong and he made it clear quite early on. Just a few seconds after the battle began, he demonstrated a rather effective attack. Of course, an experienced person like Tien He was able to block this blow, but despite all this, he still received damage. The man continued to talk about how when the enemy attacked him, the leader demonstrated his divine skills. And to this day, he cannot get out of his head what happened at the very last moment. Namely, the leader fluttered into the air, dodging the streams of chi that the demon's fists produced. The sight of him hovering in the air like an azure dragon, unleashing dozens of enhanced streams of sword chi, was truly majestic. Another man said that indeed, if he had the chance to see this in real life, he would be the happiest man on earth. Well, just listen to all this. Dan only thought that there is actually nothing majestic in this. At the end of the battle, covered from head to toe in mud, he used the last of the strength he had in his body to drive the ball into his opponent's heart. At some point, he heard another man in the tavern say that he did not understand what the use of this title was. This man was from another group, and so one of the eyewitnesses' associates asked what he didn't like about this situation. He replied that they all must have heard that the alliance leader had been illegally making a fortune. This wording seemed funny to Li Bidan, and he immediately thought that most likely no one else present would agree that this was true. One of them even asked why he should do this, since he was already strong and famous, and the second said that he seemed to have heard something like that too. Some of them agreed that this could be true, given his position as the leader of the alliance. Moreover, someone noted that of all the leaders, he possessed the most powerful martial arts, and most likely died without spending all that money. It was interesting to see how much he managed to steal in his entire life. Someone even suggested that this amount could exceed 100 million tal. It's already physically hard to listen to this, since everything that was heard here was untrue and a lie, and what's most offensive, a lie directed towards Bi. He understood everything, but theft and the method of enrichment with the help of money obtained illegally, in his opinion, did not stick to Tien He. The men continued talking, and someone said that this leader had been the leader of the alliance for a very long time. Their conversations continued, and Dan began to think that most likely he simply did not want to listen to these conversations any longer. Once outside, he fell into thought again, and it was much easier to think here than under the shouts of the men in the tavern. Initially, he thought that he had sacrificed his entire life for the benefit of Jiang Hu, but it seems that the reality is slightly different. But still, there is nothing left to do but accept this reality because now nothing can be done about it. It was just necessary to get used to the fact that this is reality and is objective. But still, Dan tried to convince himself that perhaps the people around him simply do not understand anything. Meanwhile, in the Bai clan training camp, a training session was currently taking place that had been going on for a very long time. It turned out that there was only one person training at the moment, and that person was Guan Tu. He wielded his sword very nimbly and constantly changed his fighting postures, moving his sword in space and constantly changing the force. If you watch this from the outside, you can see that he puts all his strength and soul into every blow he makes. The person who was watching from the side was Billy Dan, and at that moment, he was wondering if Tou knew about all of this. Did he know that in all of Jiang Hu there was no one who had such a good and experienced teacher? And only because he is the one teaching him, he can master such interesting techniques that few people know about. Not wanting to be left out, Dan asked his subordinate if he had really been working hard for such a long time. Because just now, he was so busy training that he didn't even notice how the young master approached him. He advised him to remember that even if two people practice the same martial art, the result will be different depending on who uses it. The main thing in studying martial arts is the person himself and how he uses the knowledge he receives during training. Then he took out some object from behind his back and said that his student should constantly keep this phrase in his head and become better using this very object. It was a gift, and it was the sword that Dan B. Lee had recently bought specifically as a gift. It is very difficult to put into words how happy To was when he received such a valuable gift into his hands. Dan said that it was a trifle, Anya's gift, and then advised his subordinate to finally open it and evaluate how well it was made. When he took the sword out of its sheath, he immediately noticed how good the steel was and how well it was sharpened. This whole reaction, which was not accompanied by any words, made Billy Dan happy. The boy meanwhile said that when he holds this weapon, he has a completely different feeling, perhaps because his young master bought it for him. He also added that even if he were holding a precious sword in his hands now, it would still not be the same feeling. Meanwhile, Dan joked that he would change his mind when he had such a sword in his hands. But for some reason, Tu didn't react to this joke in any way, but on the contrary, his gaze became somehow sympathetic and slightly anxious. This made even Dan panic, and he asked the guy why he was looking at him so strangely. He answered him that he was a little worried and wanted to ask if the young master was okay now. The hero did not understand what his subordinate was talking about, and why with each passing second he was becoming more and more frightened. Guan Tuo explained that he had often heard rumors that people did things that were not typical for them just before they died. In response, the young gentleman only smiled and said that if he really died, he would write a will so that they would be buried together. This made the guy make a small jerk to the side, as he was very scared by this phrase, even though it was sarcasm. Meanwhile, Dan remembered that in his past life, he had only had a couple of people who weren't afraid to look him in the eye during a conversation. The question of whether he was happy at that time remained open. Because many people dream of being recognized and admired for the feats they have done throughout their lives. Dan believed that this was the force that allowed him to assert himself and that allowed him to move forward. He believed that the fact that everyone around him feared and respected him was a pride that he achieved through blood and sweat. Well, now that he thinks about it, he realized that it was a way of life that he chose for no particular reason. It would probably be nice to be on equal terms with all those people, and for them to be able to at least look you in the eye. Guan, meanwhile, said that he is confident that with the ball that was given to him, he will now become the coolest warrior. Dan was undoubtedly pleased to hear this, and he closed his eyes and slowly began to walk away. He said that it was time for him to go and wished his subordinate good luck in his training and asked him not to forget the phrase he had told him. But what happened next was a real surprise to Li Dan and made him think about it several times. It was all because the head of the Song clan had come to the clan's territory, and of course upon arrival, he asked the young master of the Bai clan how he was doing. He replied that he was doing well and asked him a counter question, to which he replied that he was just returning from a meeting with Father Dan. In fact, after his engagement with Hua Lin broke off, there was some awkwardness between the two men, and both of them felt it. Suddenly, The head of the Song clan said that he heard that Billy had changed recently, and he added that it was actually a good thing because when you're young, you need to try a lot of things. Besides this, he also hinted that perhaps someday it might even help the young master. The hero was glad that at least he didn't think badly of him, even though it was only because of his friendship with Dan's father. He even envied them a little because their friendship was so real and it seemed to be really sincere. But even despite this, another important reason was that in Tien He's previous life, he didn't have such a friendship. But in the meantime, the head of the Song clan said that if the hero was still worried about what his daughter said about breaking off the engagement, then he shouldn't take her words too seriously. He explained this by saying that she was too spoiled. But then Dan interrupted him to say that he himself understood that everything was completely different here. But besides this, Libby decided that it was worth adding that his daughter was right and marriage should only be concluded with the consent of both parties. This formulation of his opinion made the head of the Song clan stand for a few seconds, not knowing what to do next. Moreover, the hero understood that perhaps he should answer something, but he decided not to do so. Therefore, the clan leader simply turned around and said that even if everything was as Dan said, he still did not want to write off B. Lee. The boss left, and the guy very quickly noticed that Guan To had been standing near the exit of the building the whole time. And at the very last moment, he noticed that the leader had left, and it was written on his face that he was upset about something. And when the subordinates turned their gaze towards the young master, he realized that he was not particularly happy either. So he told him that the leader wanted Dan to say that from now on, he would behave well for the sake of restoring the agreement, and added that he didn't understand why he continued to be stubborn. But what surprised B. Lee was that his subordinate wanted him to marry Lady Song. Tao, in turn, said that in his humble opinion this is absolutely obvious and it must happen. His arguments mainly consisted of the fact that besides being cute, she also comes from a good family and is also smart and talented, and it is simply impossible to wish for anything more. He even added that the young master was so lucky, it was as if he had saved the entire Jianghu in his previous life. It's good that when he said this, he didn't know that this phrase was the pure truth. Then Dan said that his subordinates were letting go of the most important thing, namely that he didn't like Lady Song. The reaction that followed was a little strange, and it looked as if Tao saw a huge bear in front of him, and not his young master. His surprise became even more noticeable when Dan said that Lady didn't love him either, so there was no problem here. Because Guan Tao didn't respond, all the heroes could do was guess which of the phrases just made him surprised. He made the assumption that perhaps he was wrong, and in fact everything was not so, and Lady Sun was in love with him. And although this was not so, Guan still continued to be surprised, and then the hero asked him why he was looking at him like that. He had to answer that he thought the young master had indeed changed, and had begun to sound like an adult over time. Of course, Dan was pleased to hear this, despite the fact that he ended his previous life as an old man. Dan wanted to change the topic, so he asked why the subordinate was here, and he replied that the head of the family was calling him to talk. For the umpteenth time in recent times, the action has shifted, and the son has come to his father to discuss some unknown topic. When he was here, he felt a positive mood in everyone who was in the room, and this, of course, could not help but please. His parents and his father in particular were smiling, and he, in addition to this smile, also said that he wanted to say something very important, which the head of the Song family reported to them. The son said that they had already greeted him, and the head of the family said that it was impossible to break off the engagement. But it seems that the reason why he came to this clan was different, since the father was very surprised when he heard exactly this from his son. So Dan decided to ask what his father wanted to tell him, and he replied that during his visit he reported some interesting information to him. Specifically, he said that the Shandong Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the largest trade organization in the province, intends to unite various influential families in the province into a Shandong Union. It was very strange, and this surprise was immediately reflected on Billy Don's face. His father also said that the head of the Song family mentioned that several other provinces had made the same decision. It seems that they deliberately timed it before the alliance leader was chosen. Tien He strictly forbade the unification of the Murim sects in the past. He wanted to prevent the chaos that could arise when those in power unite. But who would have thought that the world would begin to change immediately after his death became known? The father added that the Shandong Union announced that it was ready to help the Song family if the head agreed to become their leader. So now, all that was left for the son to do was ask his father if he was going to support his friend. He told him that he planned to support him no matter what decision he made. the guy realized that he had to thoroughly investigate why they had put forward this proposal, which seemed strange from the very beginning. It is worth remembering that merchants act only for profit, especially when they unite with the Miram sex. But in reality, Dan only said that he was grateful to his father for telling him all this. Father and Yu, in turn, answered him that there is no point in saying thank you here, since the son of the family should be aware of everything that is happening. They said goodbye, and now that the guy left the room, he had time to once again go over in his head all the information that he could hear. First of all, he now felt that his relationship with his parents was becoming deeper every day. At first, it seemed to him that he had to consciously accept them as his parents, but now his feelings naturally prevail over his consciousness. These feelings made him understand that these people were really his parents, and not some strangers with whom he was obliged to get along. Even if he couldn't show them the same respect he didn't show his late mother, she would probably understand. After thinking about all this, he began to move around the territory of the B clan and think about that Shandong Union. Suddenly, in front of him, he saw someone who could easily surprise him, and he stood in this state for several seconds. It was a girl who, unlike himself, did not look even a little surprised. The guy replied that he had no idea that Lady Sun would come here, and thus explained his surprise. The girl said that, to be honest, she wouldn't have come here if she hadn't needed to ask for something. This was the first time such a situation had happened, and it even managed to cause another portion of surprise, since before this, the girl had asked for absolutely nothing. This time, Lady Songhua wants to ask Bi Li to tell the head of the Bai family that he needs to force her father to refuse the proposal that the Shandong Chamber of Commerce and Industry put forward. This phrase made Dan stop and think for a bit, after which he finally came up with what to answer. He asked the girl if Chief Song would change his mind just because of his father's persuasion, since it was most likely not a 100% tactic. Then the girl herself said that she doesn't know for sure, but she is still sure that the words of the head of Bai will in any case somehow influence the final decision. Bi Li said that he understood everything and would try to do it, but before that he still had a few questions that he wanted to ask. Namely, now he would like the girl to explain why she wants him to refuse. She answered that she thinks that managing the Shandong Union is not for him at all. The guy, in turn, said that most likely she underestimates her father if she thinks that he cannot cope with this task. She kept a completely serious face and replied that even if that was the case, it was much better than overestimating him. Dan, meanwhile, he thought that Song definitely needed to act cautiously in the midst of all these changes, especially since if he overestimated himself, there was a high chance that he would be overwhelmed. He continued and said that the former alliance leader, Muram, had put everything in order, so it seemed to him that becoming the leader of the unions in such calm times was a good idea. The girl explained her anxiety by saying that the situation that Dan had just described was precisely the reason why she was nervous. Of course, it was difficult to understand the idea from this small phrase, so the guy asked for more details. She explained that the previous alliance leader had ruled the Muram alliance for too long due to his great warrior mastery. It is indeed true that he kept the peace in Jianghu, but on the other hand, there were things that grew in the shadows at that time. Initially, she did not decide to list them, because she thought that Dan would understand, but when he asked the question, she realized that this was not the case. Lady Sun explained that it was all about suppressed desire, which was the root cause of all problems. The people here have an instinct to defeat their opponents and advance. They are cruel by nature and behave in a barbaric manner. The people who live in these parts are wolves and tigers, not rabbits or deer. However, due to the power of the former leader, everyone lived hiding their true nature, as they risked being eliminated if they dared to show it. And so they waited for the moment when they could break out and show their true selves. This moment was the death of the alliance leader, which they had been waiting for a very long time. Hearing about her own death and that it was long awaited was truly terrifying for Bi Li Dan. All this time he believed that he was everyone's favorite, and the fact that he kept others in fear only created security. But in reality, many influential people were just waiting for his death. The next day arrived, bringing with it new interesting events. As soon as Dan woke up, he very quickly realized that this night was very different from those that had come before. And perhaps it changed because he had a very interesting conversation with Lady Sun right before all the interesting events of the day ended. For the first time in a long time, he had a dream in which he returned to the past and held a meeting in the Muram Alliance. During this meeting, he felt that everyone who was present there was somehow unreal and as if they were hiding something. Absolutely all the people around were suspicious and seemed to be screaming that they could not be trusted for a second. Each of them looked somehow embittered, And of course, trusting any of them would be a big mistake. And at that moment, when he was holding a meeting, Tien only thought about the fact that every person present in this room was most likely waiting for him to die. This led him to the idea that perhaps he actually died not from a peaceful old age, but because he was killed. This day was fateful because on this day, Dan was supposed to meet Lady Song. When the girl asked him if he had spoken with the head of the Bai clan, he replied that he had not done so. The girl was, of course, upset when she heard this, since in reality this request was not so incredibly difficult. However, her manners did not allow her to get angry, so she said that there was nothing she could do anyway, and apologized for disturbing Dan B. After a few seconds, the hero said that he simply thought the girl was using the wrong approach to solving this problem. Of course, it was difficult to understand everything from just one word, so Sun asked again. He replied to her that he thought that if his father was against it, then perhaps he would be able to convince the head of the Song family. However, he still wanted to ask the girl if she was sure that Chief Song would definitely not have any doubts. Just one look from her let the guy know that she wasn't sure about this, and perhaps he really should choose a different tactic. Moreover, all that became only more obvious when he said that their friendship could be shaken if they followed the path she chose. Then he turned his gaze towards her and asked if she wanted the friendship between their families to be destroyed. But she replied that she certainly didn't want the relationship between B and Sun to get worse. The guy said that in that case, they need to find a reason why her father would have to refuse. After thinking for a while and standing for a short pause, Lady Song said that it was a good idea, but she didn't know where to look for that very reason. And Dan asked her if she had tried to look for it. When she couldn't answer, he asked again if she had tried to find a reason why he could refuse, or if she wanted things to be her way, without putting in any effort. This question was put in such a way that, of course, the girl had only one answer. There was no option. And of course, Dan was sure that he would hear him, since in this situation, the girl really decided to make a minimum of effort in order to solve a very important issue. In response to all this, Dan only smiled and prepared to explain to the girl what they would do next. He said that their CEO, Zhang, had told him about a matter that needed to be looked into. A few months ago, the Shandong Trading Board tried to pull off a major deal, but at some point all talk about it died down. Of course, neither the girl nor the guy had any additional information about this deal. But what Dan was sure of was that it might be somehow connected, and they needed to find out why the deal was canceled. The lady added in turn that her father would soon give his answer, so they had little time for independent investigation. The hero's proposal was that they could order information about this from a confidential information provider, and they would find out everything within a day. Before this, the girl had only heard something negative about various providers of confidential information. The guy, meanwhile, said that in order to pull this off, they would need a little money, since all these services are not free. Of course, it would be sacrilege to force the girl to make a decision right now, so he said that the choice was hers, and they still had some time to think about it. There was a lot to think about, and the girls needed a little time to understand whether this tactic would be effective. And so, some time passed until the evening, when everything was finally decided. She and Dan went out into the city where there were now incredibly few people, as it was already late. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking that he couldn't even imagine that the girl would be able to find as many as 2,000 towels in 4 hours. Besides, looking at how nervous she was, one could assume that she had not yet used the services of a confidential information provider. In fact, the guy didn't use these services either, but heard about it from his advisor. In fact, Hua's nervousness is a completely natural process. They came to the Heavenly Network Union, or more specifically to the Kubu branch. Having almost entered inside, the girl said that she was nervous because this was the first time she would use such services. The guy didn't know how to react to this, and he understood that it was completely natural and understandable that she was afraid. Therefore, without thinking twice, he said that even if this is so, there is no need to show fear because then the amount will increase. This didn't make the girl feel any better, but she still understood that she had to force herself to at least not look scared. So before going inside, she told Dan that she understood everything, which meant that they could continue moving. The guy smiled and they began to enter the place that in theory should rid them of one big problem. This place was hidden from public view, and if some ordinary person had come here, he would not have noticed anything suspicious there. When the guy entered first, he immediately noticed the man standing at the end of the room. Overall, everything around here was quite ordinary, and they continued moving, getting closer and closer to this strange man. The man turned his head towards the guests and asked what business they had come here for. Then Dan stopped and informed the man that he had come here to buy some information. After this was said, there was a very long pause which caused absolutely everyone in the room to panic. The girl tried to look as confident as possible, and despite the fact that sweat was running down her face, her gaze was still focused. After looking at the girl, this man decided to scan the guy to see if he looked confident or not. He saw maturity and confidence in his eyes, and so he realized that they could provide the services of a confidential informant. A smile immediately appeared on his face, and he asked B. Lee what he wanted to know today. Coming a little closer, he answered him that what he was interested in was learning about the Shandong Chamber of Commerce. The man said it would cost 1,500 taels, even though the price had previously been 200. This meant that something had to happen to cause the price of information to increase. He immediately looked towards the lady who was standing to the side, and with just one look, he made it clear to her what he wanted her to do. A second later, she took a few steps forward and placed a bag on the table that contained exactly 1,500 tael. The man did not look at the bag for long, but quickly hid it in the inside pocket of his outerwear. Immediately after that, he began to tell the information that several months ago, the Shandong Chamber of Commerce merged with the Yang clan and advanced into Hebei. This information was already important, because if it was a few months ago, then it was before Dan dealt with this clan. It must have been during the time when their leader was still Yang Jizhe. The informant continued, adding that as everyone knows, it is as difficult for a trading group to advance into another region as it is for the Murim faction. This is because the existing Chamber of Commerce simply will not allow this to happen. However, they moved forward, relying mainly on the strength of the Yang clan. In the process, they came into conflict with the Shi family, who supported the Hebei Chamber of Commerce. A regional struggle broke out that could escalate into a major conflict. However, with the death of the Yang clan leader, the Shandong Chamber of Commerce suffered losses. This is because Zheng Yu, who became the new leader, broke off relations with her. What Dan was interested in now was what the Hebei Chamber of Commerce and the Shi family were doing now. There are rumors that they are preparing to take revenge on the Shandong Chamber of Commerce, and there are even rumors that the Hebei Chamber of Commerce is taking this opportunity to expand into Shandong. At this point, all the information that the informant knew ended, and Dan thanked this man for everything he told. While he and the girl were leaving, he even managed to think that if this information had not been useful to them, one could say that 1,500 taels was a high price. But what you just heard is actually worth much more than you can imagine. When they found themselves on the street, the girl said that after analyzing everything they heard, they could understand that the Shandong Union was a deception. It seems they were trying to use them to avoid pressure from the Hebei Chamber of Commerce and the Shi family. The guy nodded in response to this and said that, in fact, everything is exactly like that. For the girl, all this was incredibly scary, since little was clear, and everything was mainly based on guesses. Dan tried to support her and said that it was all really scary, but that doesn't mean that nothing can be done about it. It took the lady a few more seconds to think it over and make a final decision about what to do with the information they had just received. So she said that she had to go immediately and tell her father about all this. And while she was leaving, she suddenly stopped in the middle of the road and for another second just looked ahead. And then, as the guy expected, she turned back and thanked him for helping her with this matter. Billy replied to her that there was no need to thank him in this situation since this information was something that she had bought with her own money. These words were able to bring about very mixed and strange feelings in Lady Sun's mind. And of course, because she realized that these feelings were now visible from the outside, she began to leave in order to tell everything to her father. Dan also left, but in the other direction. But it seems that now, despite the fact that they were going their separate ways, they were thinking about roughly the same thing. Some time has passed since that conversation, and a new day has arrived. The subordinate approached his young master to inform him that Patriarch Song and Lady Song had come yesterday. But in fact, Dan already knew about this information in advance. And what's more, he learned a little more than TOU could have imagined. He knew that Patriarch Song, having heard the story of what had happened, came with his daughter and expressed his gratitude to the boy at the meeting. When he came, he smiled constantly and said that he heard that only thanks to Dan himself, they were able to find out the truth and take appropriate action. But the guy was quite modest, so he said that Lin alone deserved the credit for all this, and he, in turn, was simply seeing her off. The girl was surprised when she heard this, and did not understand why he did not want to accept this gratitude from her father. Then the father suddenly took the boy by the hand and said that he actually knew how it all happened, and knew that if it weren't for the boy, their family would be in big trouble. It seems that the father had other sources of information that gave a more extensive picture of how everything actually happened than Dan himself could tell. But in reality, the guy was now pleased that he received recognition for such a path and a little help. The father of the Song family thanked him, and one could see in his eyes that he was truly grateful. The subordinate, meanwhile, said that he thought that as a result of this incident, the young master had won the favor of Madame Song, and he should invite her for a drink. But he replied that he was not going to do that, to which Tao said that they still had unfinished business, and they better become completed. It seems that he thought that his young master did all this for the sake of the girl's attention, but in fact he did not do it for that reason. Well, it's your turn. He didn't want to reveal all his cards at once, so he told his subordinate that they needed to train very well today. It was not clear why he suddenly wanted this, and Guan asked him why he was worried lately, and added that if he went and spent time with Miss Song, he would feel better. Now the time for jokes was over, so the young master gave the order to his subordinate to go get his sword, as the training would soon begin. Of course, Tien Ha Jin heard loudly, and suggested that this time they fight with wooden swords, so that no one would get hurt. He wasn't particularly confident in his words, and he wanted as much as possible to make sure that it ended well. But Dan replied to him that this option was not bad in the event that you never intended to draw your sword outside the walls of the training ground. The subordinate understood the meaning of these words, but there was still too much fear in his creation now. He needed some time to make this decision, since in fact this venture turned out to be quite dangerous for him. But just a few seconds later, he said that he would go for the ball, and the young gentleman could go towards the training camp for now. Now that they were there, it was clear that the training would start any second. Guan held his sword in his hands not quite confidently, and even from the side it was noticeable that when he held a wooden sword in his hands, it fits in his hand much better. The teacher noticed this, but his gaze still didn't change, since during training you need to give it your all in any case. Smiling, the subordinate said that now that they had actually started training, he even became a little scared. Dan replied that he should be afraid, because taking out the sword and pointing it at another person is actually quite a scary act. However, what is much more important than feeling afraid is that you should not give up just because you are afraid. There was meaning in these words, and the young subordinate was able to grasp it very well. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking that although he didn't know how Guan would perceive each word, it contained his understanding of martial arts in general. Tu was afraid that he might accidentally hurt his young master and decided to share this experience. But in response, he only smiled, and then said that there was no need to worry about this, since in that case, the training would be absolutely useless. The fight had almost started, and the guy said that he would now have to attack him as if he were his real enemy. The subordinate prepared himself and drew his sword, pointing it at his hypothetical opponent. Dan just stood in the most ordinary stance and waited to see how his subordinate would now behave. Literally a second after he began to analyze his stance, Tu sharply pushed off from the place where he stood and began to move forward. His sword was ready, and he swung it towards his teacher in order to strike him with it. But Dan, without even changing his fighting stance, was able to repel this attack with just one movement of his hand and make the enemy stagger. He noticed very well that while Tien Ha Jin was attacking, he closed one of his eyes, and in general, closed both of them several times. Then he ordered his opponent to open his eyes wider, and to do it in a way that would be most effective. Guantu had to retreat a little, but the sword was still held very firmly in his hands. Then he realized that he needed to counterattack, and he swung his sword and just started running forward. But it quickly became clear that it was not such an obvious attack, as towards the end he moved to the side and wanted to strike a more inconspicuous blow. His eyes were full of determination, and his hands held the sword as tightly as possible. A moment later he strikes from the side, but of course the young gentleman easily parries this blow too. Retreating is definitely not the best option, so Guan decides to continue attacking, despite the fact that he didn't even retreat before. After such one blow, he noticed that his opponent could repel them without much effort. But delivering these blows was much more difficult than blocking them, and Guan also felt fear. But still, the blows were examined one after another, and at some point the teacher noticed that his student had struck his sword in the wrong direction at all. So he turned his sword around with the blunt side and hit the student on the head, causing him to close his eyes. A second after this happened, he started shouting at him that he needed to open his eyes, because he would die if he closed them. And in addition to this, he also needed to watch his posture. One dash back and Guan is ready to launch another counterattack, which this time should not be so obvious. He ran forward and struck the opponent's body directly, expecting him to be able to easily block it. And then he makes a not-so-standard move and moves his sword to the side, opening up on one side and preparing a strike on the other. But of course, Dan couldn't allow that to happen, and so he made a dash with an incredibly high speed that was able to impress Guan. Out of fear, he still closed his eyes, and his body slowly moved back due to the momentum that Dan's movement gave. And when he opened his eyes, he saw a guy in front of him, who was approaching him at an incredible speed with his sword at the ready. At some point, it even seemed to him that his opponent was so serious that he would just go and kill him with his sword. The eyes opened very wide, and the subordinates experienced incredible fear and even a little pain. Then it all stopped, and the wind that was created because Dan had moved also became weaker and weaker. However, he still continued to blow into his subordinate's eyes, causing him to close them again. And when he opened them, he saw that his opponent's blade was a few centimeters from his face. Then his gaze moved to Dan's face, who said that this feeling should be remembered for the rest of your life, since this is what a real fight feels like. Because Guan was frightened, he was unable to give a clear answer and only agreed with his young master, who in turn threw his sword aside, causing Guan to sit on the ground as he was already very tired. Dan also sat down next to him and decided that this was a very good time to talk to his subordinate. The two of them looked at the mountains, the view of which was very graceful from the land of the Bee clan. Suddenly, the young master asked his subordinate if he wanted to stop training, since it seemed like he was a little afraid, and there was really no need to overdo it. The subordinate needed to think a little, since the feelings he had during this fight were really not pleasant. But when he lowered his gaze to the sword that was in his hands, everything immediately became obvious. He told his young master that he would like to continue his education and study until the very end. He enjoyed learning martial arts, even though he was really scared lately, but he was happy. And for the first time in a long time, he was glad that he was doing something new and that he was fighting. Dan only smiled in response and said that he did not expect this answer. And in that case, the guy needs to go to the bitter end. For some reason, Guan began to panic and said that the teacher should not abandon his student, since he would still show him what he could do. And the dialogue continued, and was quite normal until it started to rain. It was a pleasant spring rain which mostly evoked only positive emotions in people. The subordinate said that he finally waited for the moment when spring really came in all its glory. Even Dan had a smile on his face and said that spring had come when everyone was waiting for it. Meanwhile, he thought that he had not felt anything like this even when he saw the first snow, but this spring rain was now worrying him. He was looking forward to it and was incredibly curious about what the future held for him. Thus several days passed, and the subordinate once again ran to his young master to inform him of the news. This time they consisted of people making an announcement about the new leader of the alliance. Finally, the day has come, and Dan can finally ask Guan who is the new leader of the Murim. He replied that this person was now the head of the Heavenly Blade sect. Dan could not believe his ears at first, as he had a very peculiar opinion about this man. The Heavenly Blade sect's leader, Ma Fengji, is the same Heavenly Blade sect's leader who previously posed as Ma Yingchong. Not only does he have complicated relationships with women, but he himself is a very difficult person who was not only greedy for money, but also for power, and his character was sinister and cruel. In fact, even when Li was in Tien's body, he didn't think of this person as the new leader. Now it was a real surprise to hear how such a person became the leader of the Murima alliance after Tien. When he asked his subordinate if this was true, he replied that people were constantly talking about it now. But still, Dan not Galsar Yan can approve of this, and they could not have chosen him voluntarily either. This means that in reality, everything is much more complicated than one might initially imagine. It seems that explaining and solving this problem will be a very big problem. But what could be said at this stage was that Bili Dan felt that something was wrong. Wudan also had business in another city, so he was forced to move to Wuhan. There was an incredibly large number of people here, especially compared to the cities he had managed to visit during his stay in Bili's body. Of course, the first thing he did was stop at a tavern to have some tea and a little snack. But besides this, there was another reason why he chose the tavern as the first place to visit, and it was that there was a lot of talk here. At the next table, one man told another that he had heard that the new head of the alliance had killed one of the leaders of the 13 Dark Paths clan. In addition, he eliminated the Dark Leader of the Shadow Palace, and it is said that the former head of the alliance took credit for this during his lifetime. This meant that not all the murders that Tien He committed were his merit, and no one understood why he would go to such extremes when he had everything. Meanwhile, Dan caught himself thinking that this was not the first time he had heard such formulations, and it scared him a little. Ever since he arrived in this city, rumors had been circulating everywhere praising Ma Fengji, and what's more, they were mixed with lies. Tan still remembered that moment, or rather that day, when he barely managed to kill the Dark Leader of the Shadow Palace. And Feng Ma in turn appeared later, eliminated what was left of him, and essentially took on the simplest task. The situation that had developed in that cave was indeed tense, but Tien did not even think about harming what was essentially his ally. Moreover, this man came with his people, and additional victims were clearly not needed at that moment. In the war against the heretical teaching, he was forced to help the Murim alliance. However, he avoided all battles in order to reduce the damage to himself and his own sect. After Tien captured him, Heavenly Sword lived, unable to even raise his head in his presence. But now there are rumors that praise him for something he did not do. This meant that most likely there is a person or group of people who are deliberately spreading false rumors. This situation reminded the hero of something, and of course it slightly plunged him into memories. He recalled a conversation with his advisor, who one day said that even if you are the strongest man in the world, you cannot dominate the Central Plains. Since the strongest in the world is simply the one who fights the best, what dominates Hu is authority. Then this phrase made him think and make an appropriate decision. But in reality, these words were so fateful that they cast their shadow even on Li. He was very well aware that what his advisor had said then was in fact true. Moreover, now he was not even the strongest man in the world, but rather just a good fighter with experience from a past life. Dan left the city and continued walking on intuition until his feet led him into some forest. He really enjoyed walking around these places, and here he felt calm and completely safe. The places he passed through seemed incredibly familiar to him, until he saw the place that almost transported him into the past. This place was a tavern where he sometimes drank when he went out at night as the leader of the Alliance. Until now, he did not quite understand why he came here, and what brought him here, and made him come here without realizing it. Tien didn't like to drink in his life, but he really liked the atmosphere of this place. On days when he wanted to drink a little, he only had Bake Pyo with him, and he often refused the alcohol he offered, and this happened almost always. Even if he told him that he could drink, he never did so because he was one of those who never violated his principles when it came to escort duties. This reminded Tien once again that he was an incredibly loyal person who served his leader. Each time he refused, and Tien, meanwhile, each time tried to offer him a drink, to which he received the same thing. These memories were warm, and so Li, looking at this tavern, decided to go in there for a minute and see how everything had changed there. As soon as he approached the passage and opened the door, he immediately heard someone's voice that greeted him in the tavern. Of course, Li said hello and then stopped and couldn't move for a few seconds because he was simply paralyzed with surprise. In front of him was his old comrade Baek Pyo, who greeted him and for some reason was not wearing his armor. After the guy said hello, he immediately asked the man if he understood correctly that the owner of this establishment had changed. Baek replied that it was true, and he had recently taken over the business, and they had just opened today and were ready to serve people. Besides this, he also added that Li is his very first visitor ever. The guest said nothing in response, as he was so overcome with surprise that he was unable to answer anything. He came to his senses only when Baek said that he could sit wherever he wanted, since there were no people at all yet. Dan took a few steps and took a seat at the table, which was located right next to the largest window. Baek noticed this decision and said that it was quite interesting that the first visitor decided to sit at this very table, and added that he also liked to sit at this very table. Smiling, the guy said that maybe there was a reason why Baek liked this particular place. That man began to come closer and closer to the table and put down a cup of tea, slightly exposing his arm and showing the scars that were on it. Then he smiled again. It seemed like he just liked this place and he didn't even know the reason why. But in fact, Li himself understood the reason, and even understood why Baek didn't want to tell it to some stranger. It was all because Tien always sat here with him and never changed this place for any other. Over the years, they always occupied this table, and that was why it was so clearly imprinted in Baek's memory. He found himself feeling like he really wanted to say that he was Tien Ha Jin. This is exactly the person who will have to follow him, because he has always been next to Tien. However, suddenly the guy caught himself on a very unpleasant thought that the real Tien He was already dead, and he needed to somehow live with it. Moreover, he is dead in both his life and Baek's life, and there is no way to fix it. Now he is nothing more than an ordinary guy named Billy Dan. Suddenly, while he was thinking about this, he heard a very familiar voice coming from the side. The man said that this was a very nice place and he would come here more often from now on. The man who came in here was Gal Saryan, who was none other than the advisor to the leader of Murim. And as soon as he came in here, he said that it was too much to even think about Baek running such a lovely place. He replied that he was very lucky that the previous owner wanted to close the tavern and left for his hometown. The advisor looked around and realized that there was only one person in the establishment at the moment, and it seemed that he didn't want to talk to Baek because of this. So approaching his old friend, he said that it would be better for them to go out now and breathe some fresh air outside. Within a second, they were right there, and move to a safe distance from the establishment in order to reduce the noise. But they didn't take into account that Dan could move to another seat, and then he would be able to hear everything very well. After a few seconds of silence, the advisor asked Beck if this man really came here often. In addition, he added that the man had told him many times about the wonderful atmosphere in this place. He even asked him to go with him when he had some free time. But still, the advisor constantly thinks why he was so busy, and this thought just won't leave his head. Dan, who had been very diligently but quietly eavesdropping on this conversation, thought about the same thing as his advisor. He also regretted what happened, and he would like everything to change, but unfortunately this is impossible. It would be just wonderful if he had a simpler relationship with him, and they could talk heart to heart. When else would Tien have a chance? Meanwhile, the advisor asked Beck if he was going to accidentally return back to the Alliance, and he apologized and said that he thought the new leader was not worth protecting. Smiling, the advisor replied that he should have said that phrase, since it suited him better. Beck, trying to calm him down, said that the advisor did everything he could. Since the Bright Moon Group and the Iron Horse Group betrayed them, they can no longer do anything to stop it. Dan was literally overcome with rage when he heard this, because before that he didn't know that the group of the Bright Moon and the Iron Horse had betrayed them. If it hadn't been his subordinate named Beck who said this, he would have thought that it was just nonsense, or some unconfirmed rumors. Who would have thought that these two would betray them, and that it would lead to such disastrous consequences? The advisor added that strictly speaking it was not betrayal because they remained loyal to the leader of the Air Alliance as long as he was alive. But Dan in turn believed that this was a real betrayal, and in other words, it couldn't even be called that, because those two betrayed his dear subordinates just because he died, even though they should have helped the advisor. In particular, they should never have appointed a scoundrel like Ma Feng. Beck asked the advisor in the meantime what he plans to do, and he replied that these people probably hope that he will disappear, but he plans to hold out a little longer. Of course, it sounded very dangerous, and the head of security and part-time court warrior in the past wondered if everything would be okay. The advisor told him that since he was being watched, they wouldn't be able to do anything openly, so he would probably be transferred to some small organization, and he planned to hold out until the end. Beck was silent for a while, and then said that perhaps it was arrogance on his part, but perhaps it would be better for the advisor to leave the Muram Alliance. The advisor also needed a short pause to think it over, after which he said that he could not do this under any circumstances, because this was his home. This phrase will remain in Dan's head for a very long time, and will influence a very large number of his decisions. And even though Beely had plans to tell everything right there, he still refrained from doing so. It seemed to him that he should not change the course of these events, and it was better to leave everything as it was and not interfere. He was forced to return without achieving anything, because he realized where this could all lead. Because even if he went looking, nothing would really change, and he would only feel better for a short time. He thought about this as he entered his clan's territory, and suddenly heard the voice of a subordinate who welcomed the young master to his native land. It was nice to hear that voice, and to hear the guy's question about how it looked like everything went really badly, since Dan didn't look so good. He replied that in fact, everything was worse than he could have imagined, but overall, it would have little effect on the future. This answer was strange, but Guan was still glad that Dan returned home safe and sound. And what's more, he also said that he really likes the fact that he finally looks like a normal person. What he meant was that Dan had acted like he could get anything he wanted before. Tao had never said it, but he looked unnatural when he acted like that. It didn't take Dan long to realize that his subordinates were trying to support him and gave him more confidence. He continued his movement forward and said that in that case the guy should train harder, so that at least the teacher would not have to worry about this. Of course it was a joke, and this time too understood its meaning and was not surprised when he heard it. Instead, he told his young master that he was probably tired, and therefore he should rest and then go and eat dinner. Especially after this meeting, Dan finally decided not to interfere in the affairs of the Muram Alliance anymore. None of the people he knew in his past life, like Gal or Beck and very important events, did not make him change this decision, not even his own death. Now he realized that nothing would change, even if he worried about it and tried to fix everything somehow. At this point, the most important thing is to help develop their family and make every effort to ensure that this goal is achieved. There was unrest in the world, so he realized that he had to do something in order to gain the strength he needed to protect himself. Because he understood very well that although the times were now quite calm, there would soon be a storm for which one had to be prepared. When all the work was done, the guy went to bed, and very quickly the next day arrived. On this day, he gathered his parents in order to announce to them that he wanted to create his own swordsman squad. The father asked his son if he understood what it meant to have his own army and be its leader. In this situation, it was necessary to respond categorically. So Dan told his father that he absolutely understood what this all meant. Then his father warned him that the family would not provide any support other than housing and food, and asked again if this was okay with Dan. Moreover, he also decided to ask about the plan and how many people he was going to hire. He replied that initially he was planning to start with 20 people and gradually increase their number. Initially, the clan patriarch did not like this idea, as it introduced a grain of instability. But at the same time, he understood that this could lead to positive consequences in the long term. So he turned his head towards his son and said that if that's what he wants, then fine. But before hiring swordsmen, he needs to meet with June and ask for advice. The son, in turn, simply nodded his head and thanked his parents for helping him get to this point. Mom also decided not to remain silent all this time and asked B. Lee if he thought he could handle this task, which only at first glance seemed very easy. Initially, Dan took a moment to answer this question, and he used it to look at his parents' reactions. And he was able to determine without error that right now, they both believed in him and would support any of his initiatives. Therefore, literally after 1 second of pause, he said that he was ready for any tests. The further action still moved to the land of the B clan, but now the guy was already on the street. Here he was alone until the moment when he heard some voice behind his back, the source of which was immediately clear. It was his subordinate who was running closer and closer, and it seemed like he wanted to know something. Of course it was Guanto, and coming closer he asked if he would become part of the detachment of swordsmen that Dan had spoken of. Without even turning around, the heroes answered that the answer to this question was no, and of course Tiu was interested in why he made this particular choice. The hero didn't want to talk about it, but he planned to use this man for something better, and so he said that for now, the guy still needs to learn. On the one hand, Tao understood that his young master most likely understood the risks this entailed and were trying to protect him, but he was still quite proactive, and so he asked Dan if he could join in when he got stronger. There was no clear answer. The guy just said that it all depends on how Tao himself will train and what heights he can reach. The next question from the subordinate was why he decided to create this unit in the first place and what its main goal would be. He replied that he planned to make the Bai family of swordsmen the best family in the Central Plains, and at the same time, he stopped. His plan was to make her so powerful that no one would even dare to attack her, and the swordsman team was just the beginning of that dream. All these words were so grandiose that Tao stopped for a while and did not even know what to answer him. They were very determined there. Of course, the hero himself understood how crazy it sounded, but he also understood that it was not only Guan Tao who was talking about this, but also all of the Central Plains that would have to be conquered. When he turned to his subordinate, he asked why he was looking at him as if he thought he was joking. But without changing his emotion at all, Tiu replied that the young master would definitely achieve this, and everyone would help him with all their might. And it was very pleasant to hear this, as he understood well that others might call him crazy, but Taiyu was a man who believed in him. The next day, there were already a very large number of people in the Bai clan's territory who wanted to become members of this squad. Thanks to the positive rumors that had been circulating about the Bai family recently, the problem with the number of people was solved before it even began. Upon hearing the news of the recruitment, about 100 people gathered here, each of whom was ready to join the squad. One by one, each person came and demonstrated their skills. Among the candidates, 40 people with good skills were initially selected. 40 of those selected in the first round were interviewed one-on-one. The very first question, and practically the only one, was why the candidate wanted to join this particular squad of swordsmen and what his goal was. One of the candidates answered that he wants to become a famous martial artist, and that is his ultimate goal. Throughout the day, Dan heard a lot of answers, from the honest answer that it was to make money to the answer that it was out of respect for his father. But in reality, the guy caught himself thinking that he practically didn't care about it at all. Instead of looking into the reasons, he chose those who spoke sincerely, and not those who simply spoke beautifully. After the people were selected, he gathered everyone on the training ground and said that they had most likely heard a lot of rumors about him before. And when he continued, he said that now he wants to say one thing, and this will be the first order. Forget about all these rumors. All the people who listened to this information were fully attentive and did not miss a single word of Dan. The hero then continued and said that from now on, he should be judged independently without relying on the words of others. All the people who were selected said that they understood the task, and their battle cry could be heard over a very long distance. The guy, meanwhile, thought that he used to have the largest number of subordinates in Jianghu. However, this was the first time he had met such low-level warriors face to face, and such a task would clearly not be the easiest. Because having become the strongest man in the world, he quickly became the first leader of the alliance. His heart was racing with excitement, and he wondered if he could manage all of this well. In any case, he realized that he would never forget this meeting, and told everyone present that he would now choose the head of the squad. Immediately, he turned his head to the side and said that this person would be Huang Hui. This candidate was not surprised by this choice, and Dan was not surprised that he would choose him, since he had been watching him from the very beginning. He's 23 years old, and the guy heard that he applied after working as a military instructor, so he's pretty good at martial arts. He was interested in his answer to the interview about wanting to become a famous martial artist. The hero then asked if that man would be able to succeed if he joined their squad. Then he answered him that they said that Dan Li Bi had changed, and therefore he wanted to know this secret, because he thought that if he could also change, then everything would work out for him in the future. As soon as he heard this phrase, he already decided that this man would be the head of their squad. This decision was unconditional, and Dan was proud of his choice and believed that he would never regret it. In every movement of this man, one could see his devotion and incorruptible sincerity, which is actually quite difficult to find. Dan Li Bi looked at his army with pride and understood that great deeds awaited them in the future. When the next day came, the squad, for everyone, this meant that it would begin with serious training. And it seems that none of all those people who were chosen to be members of the swordsman squad were prepared for this. The entire training ground was littered with people who were trying with all their might to stay on their feet and not lose consciousness. There were really a lot of people there who thought that they would pass out and never wake up. When, a few minutes later, the commander of this detachment came to his senses, he looked towards their teacher, and he very quickly realized that it was much easier for their teacher, despite the fact that he was doing all the same exercises. Moreover, because he was breathing so evenly, one could understand that he was not experiencing excessive fatigue, and in general he was quite calm. His stance was rock solid, but you could see from his face that it wasn't really easy for him. He was just maximally concentrated right now. When the squad leader saw this, he asked how their teacher was able to achieve such stamina. Without thinking twice, he replied that he too could achieve this if he trained by running and doing somersaults for 6 hours every morning. This information shocked Huang, and he asked Dan if he really trained for 6 hours every morning and that he trained with the entire squad of swordsmen. The guy realized that something needed to be explained, so he said that in order to succeed in anything, you need to put in the appropriate time and effort. When the wording was not typical, and therefore the squad leader asked the guy again what he meant when he said that. And he replied that there must be a period when you are obsessed with one thing and are completely focused on that task. Then he stood up from the exercise stance, and his breathing immediately became much easier, and the tension disappeared from his face. After a few seconds of silence, he said that before this, the commander told him that he wanted to become a successful martial artist. Directly hinting, he explained to him that in order to achieve this, it was necessary to invest the appropriate time and effort into the matter. It sounded like real wisdom, and despite the fact that these words seemed quite simple and understandable to everyone, the commander was able to get something out of it. The hero, meanwhile, went on to add that the more effort and time a person puts in, the greater the likelihood of his success. With this phrase, he put an end to the wisdom that he wanted to share, and which the commander diligently absorbed. Literally a few seconds later, he bowed and thanked his teacher for giving him such a wonderful lesson. The hero was proud that he could help this man, and thought that most likely he could provide similar help to almost everyone who was here. Because of this, he also believed that with this group, he would be able to reach great heights, and together, they would truly be able to turn the entire situation in the Central Plains around. Suddenly from behind him, he heard a familiar voice, which said that he had never heard such words addressed to him. It was his subordinate, and it was clear from his face that he was not in the mood because of this. Then Dan asked him if he felt jealous because of this, and the subordinates didn't even know what to answer to this initially. And then he turned around and said that he was a man, and like a real man, he would do everything without such words. But in response to all this, Dan only advised him not to worry, and it seemed that after that he was going to somehow praise his subordinate. But instead there was a very loud and long pause during which Tao simply waited. And after this tedious wait, his teacher said that Guan was much funnier than Huang. Then the subordinate began to leave on his own business, and at the same time said that it was very rude and wrong. In fact, this situation pleased Li very much, because he believed that the rivalry with Huang would keep Guan on his toes for a long time. And most likely, this will lead to the fact that it will force TOU to evolve in order to become better. It was quite interesting to watch this, and realizing that this matter would only lead to beneficial consequences was even more pleasant. Looking at them, he wished that they would continue to be obsessed, as they must be obsessed to achieve everything they need. Evening came, and Dan remembers very well that at this time he still had things to do that needed to be resolved. So he came to the office of one man who immediately asked him how they were managing the swordsman and whether he was wasting money on useless things. The hero replied that this was simply impossible since he had never been able to manage money properly. This old man in turn said that he knew it all along, that all people think that feeding someone is very easy. Dan admitted that he tried it. He himself now understands this, and also understands the hard work that the elderly man has been putting into managing their family behind the scenes for a long time. This man was the general manager, and now he was surprised that B. Lee could say such a thing. He cleared his throat a little, and then said that the young master had asked him earlier if he knew any promising young men. And he asked if Dan still needed such people, since he had one in mind. Literally the next day, B. Lee set out with his subordinate, and they walked through the land of Zhaoqing. Tu, who was walking behind, kept saying that he came here because the master asked him to, and if he couldn't train today and the group leader caught up with him, then it was all the master's fault. The teacher decided to ask his student directly if he was worried, and he replied that he was afraid that he would be kicked out as soon as he completed his task. In response to such words, Dan only laughed, and Guan said that the master should have said that such a thing would never happen and not laugh. But the hero was now thinking about something else, as he understood that the squad leader would not be able to catch up with TU. After all, the martial arts that ordinary warriors learn from me are nothing compared to that technique. Of course, he meant the South Sea technique. Toyu didn't know this, and that's why he doesn't believe in himself, and also because he hasn't fought anyone else yet. In fact, already at that stage, he was stronger than the swordsman that Dan had collected. Moreover, naturally, a student who learns directly from a teacher will become stronger than the rest. After a short time, they came close to a building that looked abandoned from the outside. The subordinate asked, "Is this house really something normal for the one who is going to manage their money?" His master replied that it did not matter, for as long as a person is not humble inside, he must be called and spoken to. Then Guantu took a deep breath and shouted, asking if there was anyone inside the house. Literally half a minute passed when another door from this house opened and someone slowly began to come out of there. It was a man who was also dressed in fairly ordinary clothes and who looked indifferently towards his guests. Tu told his teacher that he looked really humble, and Dan admitted that he hoped it was only on the outside. The master decided to directly ask this man if he was Master Kong in order to save time. Someone understood what they wanted from him and said that he was a master and only a member of the Kong family, and asked what brought the guests here. The hero replied that General Manager Zhang from the Bai family of swordsmen recommended this person, and that's why they were here. This made the older man a little surprised, but overall he didn't seem to be angry. Instead, he turned towards the door and invited all his guests inside so that they could discuss all the details there. The inside was also incredibly modest and looked like no one had worked on the inside of the house for a very long time. When they all sat down at the table, the hero said that if the man allowed, he would ask what kind of relationship he had with General Manager Zhang. He turned out to be his master. Initially, of course, neither the subordinate nor Dan could know this, and both thought that their secretary had recommended just an ordinary acquaintance. Then this man asked how his master was doing, and the hero replied that he was doing well. The dialogue became more energetic when the man replied that he was glad to hear it and would like to know why the guests came here. B. Lee realized that it was better to get straight to the point and introduced himself, and then said that he was here because he needed a general manager. Of course, this old man guessed where this was going and realized that this guy meant that he wanted him to become their general manager. The hero argued that the general manager of the B family recommended him. But suddenly he was interrupted, and an elderly man asked the guest if he knew why he lived in such a wild place. He suggested that it was probably because he had some personal circumstances that no one knew about. But the man replied that he knew that nothing had been heard about it, and in the next sentence he admitted that he had killed the man who had hired him. Tu was very surprised when he heard this, since such situations really don't happen very often. The old man stood up from the table and said that the guests had better go back, and added that he would not see them off. And then he said that fortunately he didn't think the guests needed to worry about that at all. But when he noticed that there was no movement, he raised his eyes up to look at Billy Dan. And there he saw a smiling man, who said that he was not so weak as to die at the hands of an elderly man. Instant surprise overwhelmed this man, and from that moment on he could hardly believe his ears. Time passed, and it seemed that the task was rapidly approaching its completion. When the person who was in charge of managing everything in the clan saw another person who was his subordinate, he was, to put it mildly, surprised. He remembered what he looked like from ancient times, but now everything was completely different. It was not clear when he had time, but now he looked much neater, and his gaze was much more confident. And he didn't come here alone, but together with Billy Don, who somehow managed to convince him to come here, despite everything. This man looked confident, and there was no doubt that he would serve for the good of the clan. When he entered the room, he immediately bowed and told his master that a lot of time had passed since then. The grandfather smiled at him, since they really hadn't seen each other for all this time, and didn't know if they were alive at all. Dan also smiled, as he was glad that this task was finally completed, although from the very beginning, it was not clear whether he would be able to lure the person to his team. The grandfather added that the new master lacked a lot, so he would need to be very careful and keep this in mind. Then this old man turned to B and said that he wanted him to buy him a drink, which sounded pretty weird. But despite the strangeness of this phrase, the guy still smiled and was about to agree with it. So he told him that he would first look at his schedule and then send someone to buy that very drink. Grandfather turned around and began to walk away, leaving the two alone to simply think. And Dan was doing exactly what he was thinking, because now he began to understand a lot of things. It seems that the grandfather chose this method in order to thank him for accepting his student, who was already hopeless. While taking out some object from his inside pocket, he told his new subordinate that, as he had heard, the situation was not easy right now. Therefore, he handed him a bag containing 3,000 taels, and added that with this money, they should feed not only 20 swordsmen, but also pay the secretary himself for a month. He said that he understands that the situation is not very good now, and warned that in the future, funding will need to be expanded. To make sure, the guy asked if everything would be okay, and the general secretary answered him that they probably called him because the situation was difficult. And in fact, it was indeed so, and because the truth was involved, it confused Dan for a while. But very quickly he came to his senses and smiled. I understand that something needs to be answered to this. So he bowed slightly and said that he was grateful to his general secretary, and also added that he was counting on him in this situation since he had the swordsman in his hands. Dan had only one chief manager and 20 swordsmen under her command. Comparing that to the entire Muram alliance would be a fool's errand. But the most important thing is that they took their first step towards the future, and it was a rather difficult step. Another little bit of time passed, and the teacher began to notice that time was flying by at a very fast speed. And since the swordsman squad was formed, 2 months have already passed, and the soldiers have trained a lot. The commander of this unit was fully committed to his role, and it paid off. Because he took initiative and worked hard on everything, there were no complaints. Although Billy Dan initially thought that the fact that the team leader was too young could be a very significant problem. But fortunately, the training of the last 2 months has completely changed the movement of the swordsman squad. As a result, the atmosphere in the swordsman squad was not bad, and one could even say that the training was of practical benefit to them. One day, the general manager came straight to Billy's office to tell him some interesting news. He said that now the conversation will be about work as an escort, and that he thinks that she will most likely seem interesting to Billy. It seems that some time ago, a trading company from Jiangsu province moved to this place, but their deal fell through. They quickly looked for another place, but it seems they could not find a suitable one. As a result, they offer a very good price for the support, but want the goods to be delivered within 10 days. Now, the only thing the guy was interested in was how much they were offering as payment. The general manager told him that the price for this service would be approximately 2,000 tael. Having analyzed this figure, the guy realized that it looks like the product costs a lot of money, since they are not ready to pay such large figures for support. The manager said he thought it might be a little dangerous, but it was still worth thinking about. Then Dan thought for just a few seconds, and then said that they would do this in order to demonstrate themselves to others. He understood very well that he had only gone on this mission so that his team could move on to practical training. When they moved to the trading company, they helped load everything into their carts in preparation for transportation. All 20 swordsmen were here, and they were all working to carefully load the cargo. The commander of these swordsmen ordered that everything be done carefully, since everything must be done in the best possible way. The whole process was being run by a man who said that they were transferring valuable goods, so you had to be incredibly careful with them. Dan replied that he could be sure that they would ensure that these goods were delivered safe and sound. Of course, such a simple phrase can't open the door, but at least the guy tried. Then the customer began to step aside and said that he was leaving this entire task to Lee. In response, he only smiled, since he wanted to give the impression of a person who was absolutely confident in the success of this operation. Of course, he understood very well that this person was most likely incredibly worried after hearing that they were just a small squad of swordsmen and not an official squad. But this is where they are now, and this is the problem they have to solve. The move was generally rather uninteresting and boring, and many people reacted to it in different ways. But despite all this, they still remained extremely focused on their task. Two, who also went with them, was very bored because little happened on the road. At one point, he even told his teacher that 3 days had already passed, but unfortunately or fortunately, nothing happened. Two replied that, apart from the inconvenience of spending the night on the side of the road, it looked so peaceful that he was even bored. At some point, the guy sensed some kind of obstacle or danger ahead, and because of this, he fell silent. Then a smile appeared on his face, and he told his subordinate that perhaps because of what he just said, there were suspicious guys ahead. Then the whole caravan stopped to see what kind of danger was there. Two was very scared when he saw the number of people who were ahead and who did not allow them to go further. They stopped because these people were armed and were clearly bandits who wanted to take the goods. The one of them who stood closest to all the others said that if they gave them the things and ran away from here in fear, then they would spare their lives. It was necessary to analyze the situation, and the guy realized that they had gathered quite significant forces. Moreover, there were so many of them here that they were clearly not a group of thieves who had been gathered at random. The situation was getting more and more tense with each passing second, and every swordsman was waiting for the order to attack or go on the defensive. At some point, their chief commander named Billy Dan gave the order to form a formation as they had been trained. Immediately, the swordsmen took up formation and drew their swords, preparing for the first battle in this formation. The bandits realized that this was their way out, and one of them also took out his sword and shouted that it looked like they were asking for death. Accordingly, he also gave orders to all his men to begin the attack. But he could not have expected that Dan would make a dash forward, take out several throwing knives, and simultaneously take aim with this backpack. In just a second, he released absolutely all of the knives, and each of them reached their target and eliminated it. This one small attack was enough to immediately knock a small group of opponents to the floor. A second later, Dan gave the order to the commanders to spread out on the sides and begin attacks from the flanks. This solution was not entirely standard, but the bandit took advantage of the agility and got closer and closer. But he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the enemy would not expect a blow, and because of this, he would die. But Dan was not in battle for the first time, so he retreated back and used their family art to deal with the enemy. The bandit, in turn, understood that if his opponent retreated back, it meant that he needed to advance even harder. So he swung his sword, and it was this moment that Billy used to rush forward and strike with his weapon. This attack alone was so painful that the bandit could no longer even stand on his feet. Due to the large wound, he began to bleed rapidly and began to lose consciousness. Then Billy made another dash and pierced the enemy with his sword, thereby eliminating him. All that the bandit managed to do now was just shout something one last time and die instantly. Everyone else who was watching what was happening from the sidelines couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't understand how this was even possible, and what kind of monster this was that they would now have to fight. For when they looked at this man, just one glance from him was enough to understand how serious he was. He stood like that for a few seconds, and then pulled his sword out of his opponent. His lifeless body immediately fell to the floor, which seemed to give a signal to everyone else who just stood and watched. There was no doubt that in this battle, Billy had dealt incredible psychological damage to his opponents, not giving them a second to think. However, even when the leader of these bandits was eliminated, the battle still continued. And even one of the swordsmen, who was quite trained, was now on the verge of death because a bandit wanted to attack him, but suddenly the sword flew into that bandit's side. The swordsman who looked to the side noticed the young master who saved him with just one throw of that very beginning. After this, Dan realized that he had a very big responsibility on his shoulders and began to quickly move from side to side and eliminate opponents. And indeed, it was a real pleasure to watch this from the sidelines as the bandits flew off in different directions. It seemed that they could do absolutely nothing to him due to the fact that they were an order of magnitude weaker and slower. And the guy in turn moved and continued to move, inflicting fatal blows in parallel. What was most interesting was that at that moment, his gaze was completely focused and he was not distracted by anything. No external facts and no number of opponents could distract him from the task that was now before him. When two bandits tried to attack him at the same time, He ran right through the middle of them and struck them both at the same time. Literally a few seconds later, these two bandits fell down dead and lay in the horror of their own blood. All the swordsmen now understood that it seemed that all this time, their young commander had been such a strong expert. Now that all the opponents had been eliminated, they could rest a little and watch what was happening with their mouths open. Because what their master had just shown was truly called true professionalism. Without a single emotion and without a single mistake, he eliminated all enemies except one. It was the opponent who was currently fighting his subordinate TU, and it seemed like he had the advantage. He decided to force himself into this fight, and in his head he addressed his subordinate and advised him to calm down right now, because he understood that the opponent he was currently fighting was someone he could defeat with his skills. Well, at some point, this bandit swung his sword and wished death to his opponent, preparing to finish him off with just one blow. Of course, Tao was very scared when this happened, but just as his teachers taught him, he did not close his eyes. Instead, he very quickly realized that his opponent was too slow and bent down slightly, striking his sword across his body. Because of this, the enemy fell to the ground and was eliminated on the spot. Guan Tao spent almost all of his strength in this battle, but it seems that he did not have any serious injuries. Looking around, one could see a whole group of lifeless bodies lying right at the feet of this young guy. Dan also noticed this and suggested that it was possible that all these bandits were eliminated by him. This kid held his sword in his hands quite confidently, and despite the fact that all the opponents had been eliminated, he was still now maximally focused. Billy initially didn't even know how to react to this until he suddenly heard the swordsman commander's cry. The commander ordered to treat his wounds with herbs that I know how to use for cuts, and those who were not injured should be on guard and protect the others. It was a sensible tactic, and everyone immediately set about carrying it out as quickly as possible. In this incredibly large-scale duel, there was no one who did not receive any damage at all. Everyone participated in the battle. And because of this, there were a lot of wounded, but fortunately none of the swordsmen were eliminated. At some point, Dan approached his subordinate to at least talk to him a little about what was happening. Of course, he understood that the psychological state of a person who had just killed his first enemy would be, to put it mildly, shaky. His whole body was covered in the blood of the enemy, but he himself did not receive any wounds. But at that moment, when the master approached him, he advised him to look around right now and see what was there. And when the young subordinate did this, he saw a very large number of details that he initially did not notice. Namely, looking at these people, he realized that if he had not killed those 4 bandits, then at least 4 of these swordsmen would already be dead. And this realization did not give him any peace, and for a short time made his condition even more unstable. Then the master continued and said that he himself understands that all this is very difficult. But also he needed to be told that being a Jianghu man meant being willing to wash your hands in blood. He looked around and also said that anyone who wears a sword may appear to be with a person from Jianghu, but this is not so, because the real people in this world are those who are ready to cope with any difficult task that faces them. After all these words, he again addressed, but this time directly to Guantu. He did this in order to ask him a very important question, the answer to which he needed to hear right now. Namely, the hero asked if he really wanted to be a Jianghu man. It took his subordinate, me, a long time to make a decision, and he shouted out what he wanted. Then Dan felt proud of the man he had chosen as his disciple. He patted him on the shoulder and said that he fought very well and powerfully today. During all this time that the battle was going on, the subordinate said thank you to his teacher for the first time. Only now did he emerge from that state when he could not normally assess the situation around him. And all the other swordsmen were glad that such a strong warrior had come to his senses, and she could tell by their eyes. At some point, Dan realized that he needed to address everyone who was here, and this decision was made instantly. He shouted that everyone now needed to look at the person who was next to them. He explained that they fought so well that they were able to save the lives of their comrades who were next to them. And of course, the guy thanked them for ending the fight without letting anyone die. The smile on his face was shining and brought hope and joy to everyone who survived this very difficult battle. All the swordsmen looked at each other, and after a few seconds, they shouted that they were grateful to the squad leader. Now that the task was almost completed, they continued their journey and began to move forward along the road. After a short time, Dan completed all the work that needed to be done and came to the general manager. He put a small bag on his desk, and he looked at that very bag. The guy explained that there was 8,000 in this bag, and the manager immediately asked why there was such an amount, since they were supposed to receive only 2,000 for this work. Billy thought it would be right to explain that the guys who attacked the non-guys were from the Beast Squad, and the government appointed a solid reward for these guys. So now when he handed over this money to the manager, He ordered him to think about this startup capital and what could be done with it. The man asked why he again trusted him with such a large sum of money without hesitation, and how he trusted him. Of course, the manager assumed that it was because of his foreman, who was the chief manager. But then the guy replied that maybe it was like that the first time, but not now. And the man was really interested in why they trusted him so much. He explained the situation by saying that he believes that this is his destiny. He believes that his destiny does not have a general manager who will simply take his money and run away somewhere. It was very difficult to believe these words, and even more so to be imbued with their truthfulness and sincerity. But still, this man was not callous, and therefore he understood that most likely this was true. And he told B. Lee that he understood him and promised that he would manage all these funds correctly. But when the guy started to leave, he said one phrase that stuck in Dan's head. Namely, with a completely serious face, he said that next time, he would make him say that he trusted him. Initially, B. Lee didn't know how to react to this, and a strange surprise was visible on his face. But just a moment later, a familiar smile appeared on his face, which looked more like a smirk. And after all this, he said that he would wait for this moment with impatience, and turned his body and began to walk away in the direction of the doors. One very important task has been accomplished, and now the number of problems for the Bai clan has become much less, and the prospects are greater. But can this continue for long?